Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the September 21 meeting of the Ann Arbor City Council. Sorry for the late start. If you're able, please rise and join us for a moment of silence, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America,
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation,
one nation, under God,
indivisible, with
indivisible,
liberty
with
and
liberty
justice for all.
and justice for all.
Would our clerk please call the roll of council?
Councilmember Hayner,
Here.
Councilmember Bannister,
Here.
Councilmember Griswold,
Here.
Councilmember Lum,
Here.
Councilmember Grand,
Here.
Councilmember Ackerman,
Here.
Mayor Taylor,
Here.
Councilmember Eaton,
Here.
Councilmember Nelson,
Here.
Councilmember Smith,
Present.
Councilmember Ramlawi.
Here.
We have a quorum.
May I have a motion, please, to approve the agenda? Moved by Councilmember Smith, seconded by Councilmember Lum. Discussion of the agenda. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? The agenda is approved. If I don't have raised lower hand authority, please. Thank you. Do we have any communications today from our city administrator?
Mayor, I do have a brief communication. The winter may be long for some of our businesses, and the State's Downtown Association organized a downtown day for next Saturday. The ad for this is basically support your downtown businesses however you're comfortable, whether that's in person or remote. But there'll be an effort to do that next Saturday, the 26th.
Thank you. In the absence of introductions, we come to public comment reserve time. Public comment reserve time is an opportunity for members of the public to speak to council and the community about matters of municipal interest. To speak at public comment reserve time, one needs to have signed up in advance by contacting our city clerk. To speak at public comment reserve time, please dial the number on your screen. That is 213-338-8477. 213-338-8477. Once you've been connected, please enter the meeting ID 942-7070-3638. That is 942-7070-3638. Once you are connected, and once you've entered the meeting ID, please enter *9 to raise your hand to indicate that you've signed up for public comment. Our clerk will identify you when it is your turn by referencing the last 3 digits of your telephone number. The last 3 digits of your telephone number. When it is your turn to speak, please pay close attention to the time clock. Speakers have 3 minutes in which to speak. You will receive a 30-second remaining notice from our clerk, and you will receive a notice from our clerk when your time is up. When your time is up, please conclude your remarks and cede the floor to the next speaker. Our first speaker today, Charles Ream.
Mr. Ream, if you unmute yourself, you can speak. Mr. Ream, your phone is muted. Mr. Ream, I believe if you press *6, you can unmute your phone. Mayor, the caller is still muted.
Mr. Ream, well, we can't hear you. Let us go on to the next caller. We'll try to catch you on the flip side. That is to say, at the end of public comment. We'll circle back to you. Do you know Mr. Ream's number, Ms. Beaudry?
Yes, I have him marked as the first caller.
All right. Well, let's go to our next, in the absence of hearing from him, let us go to our next caller, please. Our next speaker is John Dean. Mr. Ream, if he's still around at the end of public comment, we'll pick him up again.
Mayor, I don't see our second caller on the line.
Okay. Our next speaker, thank you, is Nicholas Linus.
Mr. Glynas, phone number ending in 760, you can speak. Mr. Glynas, you can unmute your phone and you can speak. There you go.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, hi, yeah, my name is Nicholas Glinos, and I'm a PhD candidate in the Department of Molecular and Integrated Physiology at the University of Michigan. I'm a resident of Ward 5 in Ann Arbor, and I'm calling in support of the resolution to decriminalize entheogenic plants in Ann Arbor. Over the last several months, I've been closely tracking the progress of this resolution to where it is today. And I have to say that seeing this resolution brought forth in my home city of Ann Arbor is extremely exciting and makes me feel proud to live in a city where these topics can be openly discussed on a public platform in an educated and thoughtful manner. This resolution is exciting because it brings into question a decades-long blanket drug policy that has only initiated a destructive war on drugs and perpetuated a stigma around plants and compounds that have proven to be extremely safe and tolerable relative to other legal drugs like alcohol and tobacco. In these times of unprecedented change and uncertainty, I believe it's time that we ask ourselves if these dated policies are still relevant and applicable in today's society. And I believe this resolution is of utmost relevance and importance, not only to the citizens and future of Ann Arbor, but for the future of the entire country. On a surface level, the passing of this resolution will have very little effect on the day-to-day lives of Ann Arbor citizens. As you know, it proposes only to relegate the enforcement of entheogenic plants to a lowest law enforcement priority status. But this is essentially already the case. These plants pose very little threat to the safety or well-being of Ann Arbor citizens. They make up merely a fraction of a percent of the city's total crime, and they therefore do not necessitate current or additional levels of manpower or resources to enforce them. But on a deeper level, the passing of this proposal would mark a significant forward-thinking step toward the improvement of the health, well-being, and freedoms of Ann Arbor citizens and others across the country. Many of these entheogenic plants have proven to be extremely beneficial in treating various forms of mental illnesses, as you have probably read about. So to continue to deny the efficacy and potential of these plants and compounds in improving the human condition is to perpetuate an outdated blanketing drug policy scheme that has done little more than initiate the ineffective and problematic war on drugs while stifling clinical and scientific research. As a community, we now have the opportunity to be on the forefront of change and be a leader in this country as more and more municipalities work toward initiating similar decriminalization resolutions. How much time do I have remaining?
About 30 seconds.
Okay, so in 1970, when the Nixon administration passed the Controlled Substance Act, nearly all of the substances within this resolution were prohibited and deemed to have zero medicinal value and a high potential for abuse. This swipe of the pen put an immediate halt to a burgeoning field of research that was at the time heralding these substances as potential wonder drugs for the future of psychiatry and psychology. And for the following 30 years, essentially no research was carried out on these substances. But finally, there has been a shift. Psychedelic research centers, nonprofit organizations, and FDA-approved trials are appearing across the globe, revealing exciting new advancements in mental health therapy on a daily basis. And thanks to you all, Ann Arbor and our own University of Michigan now have the opportunity to join the likes of other cities and research institutions that are leading this movement. So today, with the passing of this resolution, we as a city could make the statement that we are committed to a forward-thinking approach toward improving the health, well-being, and treatment options for Ann Arbor citizens and those that will surely follow in our lead. Please consider the many lives that have already benefited from these plants and vote yes on this resolution. Thank you for your time and consideration this evening.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Julia Barron.
Ms. Barron with the phone number ending in 292.
Hi, my name is Julie Barron. I'm a therapist here in Ann Arbor, and I am the executive director of Decriminalize Nature Ann Arbor, and I very strongly support our resolution. As a therapist, I see people every day at the end of their rope, trying to get help for things like treatment-resistant depression, addiction, anxiety, PTSD, and end-of-life anxiety. The rates of these are only on the rise due to the COVID pandemic. There is so much scientific evidence, current clinical trials going on in other places of the country and other places in the world. And there is a lot of work being done in other cities who have decriminalized these entheogenic plants and fungi, but they're not currently available to the people of Ann Arbor. This resolution is about restoring our connection to ourselves and restoring connection to nature. Our ancestors used these plants and fungi, and there's early documentation of this. Western society, sadly, has almost eliminated the use of these natural compounds. In the cities that have decriminalized, Oakland, California, Santa Cruz, California, Denver, Colorado, there have been 0 reports of issues due to misuse of these substances, driving under the influence, and general problems since they have been decriminalized. We asked the city of Ann Arbor, we asked the city council to help us eliminate the fear of arrest and prosecution by people using these substances. We would like our community to continue to build a container for their use, offering harm reduction practices and educational resources. I concede the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Taryn Schiff.
Caller ending in the phone number 252. Taryn Schiff, you can go ahead and speak. You need to unmute your phone. Taryn Schiff, if you could unmute your phone, I believe you pressed *6. There you go. You can go ahead and speak.
My name is Taryn Schiff. I'm a resident of Ann Arbor and I work here as a mental health professional. Like Julie, I work with folks suffering from chronic depression, anxiety, and PTSD. And I'm confronted daily with people taking the same medications, repeating the same treatments, and still not finding a way out of their symptoms. In my pursuit of better ways to help patients, I've kept up with the growing body of evidence showing that certain entheogenic plants provide mental health benefits and are effective in treating and managing some of these pervasive psychiatric disorders. I deeply respect that the cultural practices and wisdom of Indigenous people that laid the groundwork for this work date back to before recorded history. Anthropologists have found evidence that entheogens have been used as healing agents for thousands of years. The plants included in this resolution are non-addictive, extraordinarily safe, and far less likely to produce harmful side effects compared to the pharmaceuticals my patients are taking. With a background in social work, I'm passionate about helping vulnerable people access resources that can improve their quality of life. Several of my patients are already aware of studies showing entheogens help manage psychiatric disorders. Last week, I explained to the 3rd patient this month who asked me when psilocybin would be available for her. And I explained that despite the evidence showing it might help her, it's still illegal for outdated political and social reasons. But for the first time, I felt a sense of hope in knowing this resolution would be going to council in just a few days. I realized we are approaching a tipping point. In addition to a broadening awareness that these plants have been used for centuries and mounting scientific evidence supporting their safety and efficacy, 3 other cities have already decriminalized entheogenic plants. In Oakland, the first city to decriminalize, there have been no reports of any negative consequences since their law changed. And now Ann Arbor has the chance to join other progressive cities and push the movement forward. The tide is turning. On the professional and local level, the decriminalization of these plants is not going to change my work or life in Ann Arbor, but on a larger level, decriminalization is an important step in addressing the social, political, and legal challenges limiting the healing potential and further exploration of entheogenic plants. As an added bonus, decriminalization also represents a step in the right direction for allowing law enforcement to reconsider and reprioritize efforts in ways that more effectively serve our cities. Decriminalizing entheogenic plants will help pave the way with other progressive cities across the country and secure Ann Arbor a front-runner place on the right side of history. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jess Williams.
Jess Williams? Mayor, it appears that he hung up.
Our next speaker is Diana Quinn.
Ms. Quid? Phone number ending
Yes.
679. Go ahead.
Can you hear me? Hi. My name is Dr. Diana Quinn. I'm a University of Michigan alum and a longtime resident of Ward 4 in Ann Arbor. I'm a naturopathic physician and have been practicing in Ann Arbor for 15 years to support patients in body, mind, and spirit. In that time, I've specialized in integrative mental health, working to help many patients with depression and anxiety to find relief. Often people come to me to seek holistic and integrative options when conventional medical treatments are insufficient to provide the results that people need, or when they create unwanted adverse effects. Some of the most promising novel mental health therapies that medicine has to offer are in the area of psychedelic or entheogenic plant medicine. Research in the field of psychedelic science and the therapeutic use of these medicines has demonstrated safe and tremendous benefit in helping people recover from treatment-resistant depression, post-traumatic stress disorder, addiction, anxiety, and supporting people facing terminal diagnoses at end of life. Additionally, as a Chicana, second-generation Mexican-American with indigenous heritage, for the past several years, I've been training with elders and maestros to work with entheogens in traditional ceremony. These teachings and ceremonies have been widely used by indigenous people in the Americas for thousands of years. Western biomedical science is just now beginning to catch up with indigenous wisdom, referred to in scientific literature as traditional ecological knowledge. We are just beginning to learn through a Western scientific lens about the advanced science and technology that indigenous cultures have long known about medicine, healing, ecology, and our relationship with the natural world. Thousands of years of empirical evidence that has been gathered by the first people on plant medicines that are still in use today around the globe show us how these sacred medicines can be used to heal and to restore balance. The importance of protecting and preserving cultural practices by decriminalizing plant medicines cannot be overstated. Furthermore, the potential of entheogens to support healing from cultural and historical trauma, particularly for Black, Indigenous, and people of color, is the focus of my work and that of my colleagues who see the benefit of plant medicine in healing the wounds of racialized trauma.
30 seconds.
Decriminalizing sacred plant medicine is an act of liberation for the very forms of healing that Black and brown people of culture have lost and been stripped of for healing ourselves through hundreds of years of colonization and racial oppression. It's my sincere hope that the Ann Arbor City Council improve access to these medicines by voting yes to pass this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Larry Norris.
Hello, can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Hello, I appreciate the opportunity to speak this evening. I want to say thank you to Councilmember Hayner and Bannister for having the courage to introduce this super important resolution to decriminalize entheogenic plants and fungi, and I want to thank the Ann Arbor City Council for considering this. My name is Dr. Larry Norris. I grew up in the Metro Detroit area, and I'm a University of Michigan Ann Arbor alum, graduating with a degree in biopsychology and cognitive neuroscience in 1998. I currently live in the San Francisco Bay Area and just received my doctorate on ayahuasca experiences, one of the plants in the resolution, and integration, which is a meaning-making process. I'm the executive director of a nonprofit called Entheogenic Research, Integration, and Education, which provides education and integration services to the San Francisco Bay Area. I'm also a co-founder of the Decriminalize Nature campaign, which began in Oakland in June of 2019 and passed unanimously. And I've been offering support to the incredible Decriminalize Nature Ann Arbor team. I would like to address some of the questions we often hear based on fear-based mythologies with some real-world statistics. Denver decriminalized mushrooms 1 year and 4 months ago. Oakland decriminalized entheogenic plants and fungi 1 year and 3 months ago. Santa Cruz decriminalized 8 months ago. As others have mentioned already, to date there have been 0 reports of incidences such as driving under the influence, being on school property, or any other negative news. This is the same fear-based rhetoric we heard with cannabis, which also didn't come true. Instead of focusing on fear-based mythologies, we could instead base our inquiry from a place of love and compassion. How much could this heal our communities? How much could this help the mental health of Ann Arbor citizens? How much could it encourage personal and spiritual growth? This is what the science, millennia of indigenous tradition, and a strong underground community already existing in Ann Arbor and across the U.S. are telling us. So we see decriminalization as a risk reduction strategy. Those that are already having experiences can feel safe to find any support they may need. Those who are new to entheogens will be able to educate themselves within community on safe and responsible practices. As more and more scientific research and media talk about the benefits of entheogens, people will naturally want to see what this is all about. Rather than perpetuate a system causing fear and anxiety around police encounters, perhaps it is time to try another approach. One that honors the self-agency and sovereignty of adults and the unalienable right to have their own relationship with nature. Ann Arbor is now a leader in this movement, but you're not alone. A strong network of supportive communities in Denver, Oakland, and Santa Cruz have already decriminalized, and cities such as Chicago, Berkeley, Dallas, Washington, D.C., and others are not far behind. Even communities
30
in Detroit,
seconds.
Grand Rapids, and Marquette are beginning to organize. Ann Arbor has a character like no other in the U.S. and deserves to be on the right side of history as one of the first 4 cities to end these policies which prohibit sacred healing plants and mushrooms. I would be happy to answer any questions you have on this topic. And I would say thank you to the Decriminalize Nature Ann Arbor team, Ann Arbor City Council for considering this resolution. Go Blue. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Michelle Hughes.
Michelle Hughes, caller with phone number 677.
Hi, this is Michelle Hughes. I'm here to talk about the healthy streets, and I think that this Healthy Streets program was a visionary response to an unprecedented situation, which was COVID-19. This was an unprecedented and visionary response to the unprecedented situation. And I think we need to see it through. We need to, this is an experiment. We need to see what's going on. We need to give people an opportunity to adapt to the changes. We need drivers to have the opportunity to adapt their driving habits and get used to these things, just like they do at every time there's construction on a road. And we need cyclists and pedestrians to have an opportunity to discover that this new infrastructure exists and work it into their plans. Some of these things have only been in place for a couple of weeks, and that's just not enough time to really see the results. And so to pull the plug early and not get the information that we're trying to get by this experiment would be a waste of the experiment. It would be a waste of the entire experiment. This is a time when we need to do things we've never done before. And improving safety for bicyclists and pedestrians is something that we need to prioritize. And so we need to prioritize that like never before. We need to give people distance. We need to give people space to do social distancing so that they can pass each other safely. We need to give people the opportunity to adapt their transportation habits, which will be good for COVID-19 and will be good for our long-term, will be good in the long term for our carbon neutrality goals. So please give us an opportunity to let these safe streets, to let these healthy streets play out, and we'll learn what we need to learn. We'll adapt where we need to adapt, and don't
30
pull the plug
seconds.
early. So thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Megan Brovin.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Hi, everyone. My name is Megan, and I live in Ward 1. I just wanted to co-sign basically everything Michelle just said, and basically just register my support for the Healthy Streets expansions and my opposition to the resolution tonight that would propose to end them early. Long story short, you guys approved these expansions, and I think you should honor that approval. You have all had the benefit all along of the input of staff and the Transportation Commission. So you should all know by now exactly how and why these expansions help to keep our neighbors safe. You should all know by now that slower driving speeds are safer for everyone, including drivers. I realize that some drivers are upset about these expansions, but the average driver does not have the benefit of the education this body has had. We don't yet even have data to confirm whether drivers are actually being slowed down. To defer to drivers and end these pilots would show all of us who walk and bike in the city that you know these expansions make us safer, but you do not care. I'm most familiar with the protected bike lanes on Division and across Broadway Bridge, both of which I use every day. I've seen some good stuff so far. You know, use is increasing every day. People I see riding in work clothes, I see experienced cyclists, I see kids enjoying a mode of transportation that allows them some shred of independence. I imagine that's pretty important when the Ann Arbor Public School kids are at home for virtual schooling. I think these lanes have been really good and really innovative, as Michelle said. On North Division, where I live, I see drivers actually going the speed limit for once. You know, before the bike lane install, I was harassed by drivers all the time on Division and Broadway, whether I was in the street or on the sidewalk. This is a form of harassment that council could seriously decrease by letting these protected lanes stand. Knowing where to expect cyclists helps drivers drive more safely. In my experience, drivers have shown that they are unwilling or unable to do simple things like slowing down to pass safely, which is why we need these protected bike lanes. It's not the cyclist's fault or the pedestrian's fault that drivers are careless. This is infrastructure for drivers. Particularly in the areas right outside of downtown, infrastructure like this is extremely needed. I realize that some of you probably got some angry emails, and I know that it sucks to get angry emails, but I urge you to stand firm here and utilize the information you have from staff to defend these pilots. While drivers might be complaining to you about the extra time it took for them to get across town, these healthy streets are keeping people like me safe. To say, sorry, cars want to go fast, so you cannot go safely is just not where we should be in 2020 when we are supposedly working towards Vision Zero. I urge you all to vote against this resolution and let the pilots run for the term previously approved so that we can all learn from this experience and gather some data. And since I have a little bit of time, I just want to say I'm one of those winter cyclists that people like to say do not exist. We do exist, and we should act like we exist because I'm not the only one. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you. I believe we missed Mr. Ream, Mr. Dean, and Jess Williams. Mr. Ream, are you available?
Mr. Ream, can you unmute your phone? Mr. Ream, if you unmute your phone, you can speak.
Am I unmuted?
You are unmuted and you're ready to go.
Oh, thank you, sir. You can see my level of technological competence. We offered wording that would protect the city of Ann Arbor more from any possible problems, and I don't see it in the resolution. We're happy to put it in, or if the legal department wishes, we can drop the whole part about what people are not allowed to do. Our decriminalized nature resolution is fully within the Ann Arbor tradition of taking cultural leadership when facts point to a need to move in a new direction to solve problems. Ann Arbor helps lead this nation in problem solving because people here are so smart. We look at the data and we can also see that a traditional plant should not be labeled a Schedule I drug. We need new tools in our society for so many things. Who can pretend that we've found great or even adequate solutions for major problems like addiction, depression, anxiety, PTSD, suicide, etc.? We desperately need tools that will help deal with all of this and will help human beings establish a deeply felt connection with nature. We need tools to help find spirituality and deep meaning in life also. Nature or God or the force or whatever you want to call it has given us these tools. Shall we scorn the holy biological gifts and punish people? Are we smarter than God? We all know that the reason these magical plants are illegal is because we don't have any real separation of church and state. These plants were made illegal by the church because they wanted a monopoly on spirituality and would not dream of putting up with competition from nature. Lovers of plant potions were burned at the stake. These plants were put on earth for a reason, and it's a gross absurdity that we are even having a discussion about natural plants being illegal in the land of the free and the home of the brave, where all people have the God-given right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And these things we're talking about are safe physically. They may be terrifying sometimes or life-changing, but you will still be on the couch and you will still be fine. The coronavirus can't be allowed to stop history moving forward. We have to make clear progress with therapeutic breakthroughs before we have to deal with the wreckage of COVID-19. Our resolution will not do much more than broaden the discussion about effective new therapeutic modalities in the USA and maybe protect a few people. But
30
that
seconds.
is really important. Let's move forward and let Ann Arbor shine and be Ann Arbor. Thank you so much for the privilege of speaking to you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, John Dean. Are you available, Mr. Dean?
Mayor, I believe Mr. Dean is on the line. I may have missed him earlier.
Very good.
Caller 841.
Hello, can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, so my name is John Dean, and I'm a resident of Ward 5, and I'll be obtaining my PhD in the biomedical sciences from right here at the University of Michigan next month. As a part of my thesis work, I've been researching how psychedelic compounds act on the brain, and I'm here today to tell you why I believe you should consider voting yes on this movement. Although it is quite intimidating to speak to a room full of politicians with a name like John Dean, I'm going to give it my best shot anyhow. A little Watergate joke there for those of you that get it. Never tell on Zoom how those go over. So levity aside, clinical scientific research has shown that entheogens, which are plants with psychedelic properties, can treat debilitating and often treatment-resistant trauma-related mental states, such as depression and addiction, while also increasing empathy and compassion. Many people list participation in these FDA trials and studies being conducted at major universities like Yale, Johns Hopkins, and right here at the University of Michigan as being one of the most important experiences of their lives. Although I do realize that ingestion of these plants surely poses some associated risks, I truly believe that the responsible use, especially when coupled with a licensed therapist, represents a more effective treatment model for certain individuals versus use of the currently prescribed antidepressants and anti-opioid medications. Currently prescribed medications have their own well-documented long-term psychological and physical risks and often become ineffective when taken daily over the course of several months. Entheogens, on the other hand, have proven to have an extremely low addiction profile, and people report lasting positive effects on depression for several weeks following a single therapeutic dose. Moreover, I feel it is an inalienable right to cognitive liberty, for which one should not be considered a criminal if one chooses to use these plants for their mental health or personal spiritual growth. In fact, my own research has demonstrated that one such compound, present in several plants known as DMT, is very chemically similar to a neurotransmitter called serotonin, and that the brains of mammals make both of these chemicals. Therefore, it is not a stretch to say that we already possess what is technically a criminalized substance in our bodies naturally. I feel that further scientific research on the risks and benefits of psychedelic therapy is absolutely warranted, but often difficult to pursue through government funding, even when conducting oneself with the utmost scientific rigor. Ann Arbor does have the opportunity to be a leader in a burgeoning statewide movement, but is a crucial step toward changing the conversation climate surrounding integration of psychedelic therapy into the clinic for those struggling with mental health. This will also help reform a decade-long failed war on drugs that has led
30
to countless
seconds.
incarcerations and death. Such new treatment options, reform, and empathy and compassion are clearly needed in our communities now more than ever. I truly believe that through the responsible use of entheogens, we can facilitate a positive societal change if we work together to put a model in place that considers all scientific, medical, societal, law enforcement, and educational ramifications. I really appreciate all of your time and your consideration on this, and I wish you all the best and stay safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Jess Williams. Is Jess Williams available?
Yes, Mayor. I believe he has rejoined the call.
Very good.
Mr. Williams, phone number 575. Mr. Williams, you can go ahead.
Okay, thanks everyone. My name is Jess and I'm here to support the resolution to decriminalize nature in Ann Arbor. Because since the dawn of time, animals have been using and consuming plants as both food and medicine. And we're here tonight to reconsider if our government should have the right to label nature's bounty as immoral and illegal, and to be able to put us in jail for our relationship to what grows from the ground. In our group, we believe in freedom and cognitive liberty and the right to pursue health and happiness. Mother Nature gave us tomatoes and corn, grass and sunflowers, portobellos and psilocybin mushrooms. And this resolution is not just about our personal freedom, but it's really about supporting research too. Because before treatments can be created, researchers have to be able to deem them medicinal. And before that can happen, they have to be decriminalized. And that can start with cities like Ann Arbor saying that we want more information. So there are over 100 cities nationwide that have this legislation in progress right now. This movement is really big, it's happening fast, and it's not going away. Ann Arbor is really the kind of place where these ideas begin and where they blossom, and we're hoping that we can be a leader in this movement tonight. If you do go ahead and pass our resolution, what you will see is likely international news attention and a bunch of cities that follow in our footsteps. I know it might seem scary and it's hard to give up control, and it's easy to think that we'll just devolve into chaos if we allow our citizens to have this right. But I would like to remind everyone that we trust Ann Arbor citizens to possess and use firearms that are capable of taking human lives. And I think that we should be able to possess and use plants that are capable of saving them. If we can trust people with that responsibility, we can certainly trust them to decide what kind of plants should be able to go into their bodies. So we really appreciate your time and considering our resolution, and we hope that you will be brave and take it with us. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there communications today from council? Councilmember Griswold.
I have a couple of quick updates and then one statement. There's been a lot of talk about the mobility committee and questions about it. It really became an emotional issue. I almost felt like it was similar to some of the wording in 820, which we successfully worked on and achieved a good compromise, and it was voted on unanimously. Regarding the mobility committee, tomorrow at the policy agenda committee, I'm going to recommend that not only legislative advocacy, but also advocacy with state departments fall under the policy agenda committee. And so that would be mobility issues as well as sustainability issues, 820. There's a lot of work being done in those two areas, as well as environmental issues. Secondly, I just want to assure the public that work is continuing on the Huron crosswalk near Thayer. That crosswalk was put in almost 10 years ago, and it has not met minimum standards. But there will be a meeting on Wednesday with the director of MDOT, and so all of the key players are focused on it, and I am very hopeful that we will have a solution soon. Lastly, I believe that if we in Ann Arbor cannot work together, there's absolutely no hope for a victory in November. And our young people, including elementary age students, are very concerned. I met two girls at the farmer's market on Saturday morning, and one of them gave me a pin that said virtual hugs, and it sort of had a flag theme to it. Her older sister produced yard signs. There's one behind me right now. Probably can't read it very well. It's humankind, be both. And so I'm really touched by the fact that our elementary age children are reminding us how important it is to be kind, to be human, and to work together. And I hope that Ann Arbor City Council can set a good example. Thank you.
Councilmember Bannister.
I just want to thank Chief Cox and Sergeant Corey Mills again because we had a Zoom meeting yesterday for an hour and a half, and over 55 community members participated. And so today we're working on seeing if we can get the video of that Zoom uploaded. But I want to thank Chief Cox again for being generous with his time and answering all of our questions. And Corey Mills was excellent also. I highly recommend if you can schedule a community meeting with those guys, it's helping with our community policing goals. And then I also just wanted to say that Councilmember Eaton and I and the Natural Features Subcommittee again met today. We're meeting once a week, and this week we're meeting twice this week, trying to wrap up changes to the UDC regarding our trees. And it's a long process because we're going line by line. So it's going to take several more months of going through the UDC, and then we have to go back through the Environmental Commission and the Planning Commission and then to Council. So it's going to be a long process, but we want to just remind people that we are, a lot of us are working on creating a culture of appreciation for our trees and our champion and registered and landmark trees. So please stay tuned for more on that as we continue to make significant progress. Thank you.
Councilmember Romali.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple things. I'd just like to thank staff, Brian Steglitz and others who hosted a Zoom meeting with residents in the 5th Ward who are affected with the program to test groundwater that's coming into their basements. They had a meeting on September 10th that explained the program and how it will work. I think more questions were probably raised in that discussion than were answered. It will take a flooding event of sorts to trigger the circumstances for Tetra Tech to come out and sample the water coming into the basement. So it's not as easy as you might consider. We again would have to wait for a rain event to occur that would have water come into the basements for company to come out, take samples and test them. Residents were concerned with the obvious questions of what if a hot sample comes back, what's the remediation plans, who's responsible. So many questions rose from that, and I guess we're going to need to talk about that as we talk about Gelman in another month or so, because frankly, we still don't have solid answers. I know those results will end up going to people in the county, but residents still would like to know, in terms of cleanup or remediation, how that would go. So perhaps we can talk about that later, hopefully. But I do appreciate the format and the explanation and the time staff did to present that. And then I also like to thank staff and the decision makers that the bike lane on Miller between Brooks and Pomona, or between Brooks and Newport on the south and north side of Miller, have been repaved. I was delighted today to be able to ride my bike, not bend the rim or lose something or veer into traffic to avoid the terrible conditions that existed prior. So that is where I think we should be focusing more of our resources. I'm sure we'll have a debate later when it comes to DC 7, I believe. But I would like to focus our attention and our resources on those kind of fixes to make our streets safer. So anyways, that was done, and I do appreciate it. And lastly, talking with staff in a meeting that I had with Councilmember Lum about the trash issues in downtown, trying to get 7-day service or at least Sunday service for the businesses downtown. It's a lot more complicated than we had hoped because of contracts and different entities doing different things and transfer stations and trucks. And so it's not as easy as it could be to solve that problem. Ultimately, I think it would be a wise decision if we brought back the solid waste plan and discussed the future of our solid waste. And so hopefully we'll bring that back in October for this council to discuss. And so we can move forward with a effective solid waste plan.
Councilmember Nelson.
Thank you. There's a meeting this Thursday evening at 5:30 p.m. For the Churchill Downs Park Stormwater Basin Project, and it's going to be on site. So it'll be at the Churchill Downs Park, the entrance on Steeplechase Drive at 5:30 p.m. this Thursday. It's going to be a walkthrough of the project so that interested residents can see it, obviously in a social distance way. So those of you in that neighborhood who are interested in the flood mitigation efforts over there, that's this Thursday at 5:30 p.m. Thanks.
Councilmember Smith.
I'll be brief. I just want to let people know that after last week's presentation from Dr. Stoltz on the A20 plan and the very successful Solarize program, which allows residents to bulk purchase solar installations for their house, there is another Solarize event coming up Saturday afternoon at 2:00. It's an online Zoom meeting. You can go to www.a2gov.org/solar to find information on how to contact Julie Mills Roth, the coordinator of that program, and she'll send you the invite to the event. Thank you.
Thank you. Further communication from council. Councilmember Hayner.
Thanks. Just real quick, I want to give a shout out that this Thursday, September 24th at 6:30 p.m. is the joint public session to Q&A and to hear your concerns over the Gelman litigation. It's coming to an end here, part of it. It's at 6:30 on Zoom, and if you Google the Ann Arbor Gelman meeting, it shows right up there. There's not a great link for it. It's on our A2Gov news page, but it's a Zoom meeting this Thursday, September 24th at 6:30 p.m. So all of the public bodies that are the intervening parties, the state, Representative Dingell and others, hopefully will will be on board for this, and we'll have a little Q&A about it. And I love what I've been hearing from residents so far, and know that we're trying to get the best deal we can out of this. Thank you.
Further communication from council. I'd like to follow up on Councilmember Hayner's statement with respect to this week's meeting. As members of council know, and as some members of the public know, we'll be looking to have ourselves a public hearing sufficiently in advance so that we can make some sense of it and incorporate it into our thinking. And so I'd like to make the following announcement with respect to our public hearing. Negotiations among Gelman Sciences, Inc., Eagle, and Intervenor City of Ann Arbor, Washtenaw County and its Health Department, Scioto Township, and the Huron River Watershed Council have resulted in a proposed fourth amended and restated consent judgment, proposed order, and proposed settlement agreements in the Gelman lawsuit, Michigan Attorney General v. Gelman Science. In October, City Council will decide whether to approve the proposed settlement documents. Ann Arbor residents and others have shown an interest in providing input regarding City Council's decision to the proposed settlement. Although the city has set up an email address to receive written questions and comments, that is gelmanquestions@a2gov.org. And although there will be a joint question and answer session on the 24th, as Councilmember indicated, members of council look forward to hearing from residents and community members before council votes and want folks to have an opportunity to speak to council directly with respect to the proposed settlement documents. I intend, therefore, to call a special session of Ann Arbor City Council for the purpose of hearing comments from the public regarding the proposed settlement documents in the Gelman lawsuit. At this point, I'm looking at September 30, Wednesday at 6 o'clock. As with all city council meetings currently, it will be held electronically and notice via Zoom, and notice the meeting will be issued and published in advance. That time is tentative. Please stay tuned. We now have before us the consent agenda. May I have a motion, please, to approve the consent agenda? Moved by Councilmember Smith, seconded by Councilmember Lum. Discussion of the consent agenda. Councilmember Smith.
Yeah, I have a quick question if Mr. Fournier is on the line about CA 8. I didn't get a chance to submit this as a question. I apologize. My question is, if we enter into this land lease agreement, does this lock this into the airport as use of an airport for the next 20 years?
So this is a $0 lease agreement. I want to point that out. And there are a lot of complications that would involve any kind of process to get us out of the airport. I don't think that this lease would lock us in. There are other agreements that are way more controlling over the airport property that would be a much heavier lift. But the short answer is, if we can undo those agreements, this one won't be an obstacle either.
Okay, thank you.
You bet.
Sorry,
that answers my question. I'm not going to pull it. I'm okay.
Thank you. Councilmember Lum. Councilmember Lum, you're on mute.
I'm not going to propose to pull these two, but I just had some comments on CA12 and CA22. On CA12, the project to fill the sidewalk gap on Fuller Court, I would say it's very disappointing that the U of M has pulled its funding from the project, and as a result, there will not be a connected sidewalk to Fuller Road. I do recognize that the university, like the city and our residents, is facing financial challenges, but to pull the plug on something the U of M already agreed to is very frustrating. I asked if there were other instances of joint university-city projects and initiatives where the U of M has withdrawn funding, and the response was that, quote, the U of M has backed away from funding commitments for most capital improvements, end quote. Again, that's pretty disappointing, and I'd appreciate it if staff could provide us the details, projects, and amounts where the university has pulled their funding back. And the second item is CA22, the renegotiated contract with Ann Arbor's police officers. Council rejected the initial agreement in July and directed staff to renegotiate certain elements of the contract, including recommendations made by ICPOC. The renegotiated agreement before us tonight has made meaningful progress on several non-economic items, but not all, and the economic terms of the contract are unchanged. I remain concerned about approving pay increases 3 years out and agree completely with the statement in the cover memo that those increases are, quote, a notable concession given the current economic environment, end quote. I asked if other major union agreements include similar pay increases over the 2020 to 2023 period, and the answer was yes, both ASME and the firefighters. So approving this is not precedent setting in that respect. Although I do have reservations, I'll support the renegotiated contract as I agree with the conclusion contained in the cover memo that says, quote, in an agreement where the union has made significant concessions on discipline and training, and in an environment where the police have performed exceptionally well in service to the public during the pandemic and a robust period of public protest, we must recommend retaining the original COLA agreement and providing the pay increases in recognition of our police officers' efforts. Thank you for listening.
Councilmember Hayner.
Thanks. I'd request that we pull CA 19 for discussion. Thank you.
Councilmember Grant.
Thank you. No need to pull it. I just want to say a public thank you for CA 16, the traffic calming project on Fernwood, which is pretty significant and also not only important for the immediate neighbors, but that is a road that ends up very close to Scarlett and Mitchell schools. So I think it's an incredibly important piece of our not only our traffic calming infrastructure, but our safety around schools. Thanks.
Further discussion? All in favor of the consent agenda with the exception of CA 19, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The consent agenda with the exception of CA 19 is approved with 11 council members present, all voting in the affirmative, thus satisfying the 8-vote requirement with respect to CA 8.
CA 2.
Thank you, CA2. My apologies. Yes, with respect to CA2, which I believe is the only one with the exception of CA19, which is before us now. CA19, a resolution to approve change order number 1 with Cadillac Asphalt LLC for the 2020 street resurfacing project, amount of $8,899,300 and the amount of $230,418.69, and to appropriate $73,000 from the Alternative Transportation Fund, amount of $152,435 from the Local Street Fund, and $60,000 from the Downtown Development Authority. Moved by Councilmember Hayner, seconded by Councilmember Smith. Discussion, please, of CA 19. Councilmember Hayner.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. So I tried to untangle this last night at caucus, but I didn't come with a clear understanding of exactly what this 8-vote budget override is for. When I look at the memo and the attached table, it appears to have healthy chunks of funding requests that are directly related to the Healthy Streets neighborhood slow streets, or Healthy Streets downtown or outside of downtown major streets. And so I was confused as to where this funding need arose from. What my understanding was, when these were passed, these 3 or 2 separate Healthy Streets programs, that there was sort of a defined amount what it was going to cost us, and that was it. And this appears to say, no, now we have a budget amendment here. And so I don't know who could answer this question for me. I'm sorry it wasn't part of my written questions, and I read the responses, but I still don't understand it. What is this change order necessary for, and why are they associated with the Healthy Streets program? Anyone want to step up for that one?
I can take first attempt at it. Mr. Mayor, council members, can you all hear me okay? Okay, very good. So I think there are a couple things at play here. The first is Cadillac Asphalt was competitively procured to do the annual resurfacing program for the city. And so what we did is we capitalized on that to do quick deployments related to Healthy Streets. And then the biggest ticket item of this is related to the traffic calming for Fernwood. So just to clarify what the intent of this is, the $60,000 that goes towards Healthy Streets to Downtown, that's not actually any budget change related to that specific item. That is just making that part of that contract. That funding is coming from the DDA, and so that $60,000 is covered by the DDA. But again, since that is dipping into the Cadillac contract, the idea is to make that part whole again. On the neighborhood slow streets, when council authorized that back in May, you may recall that council gave directive to the city administrator to implement the program as quickly as possible. Council never gave us a budget for the neighborhood slow streets program. So the amount that you see reflected in the resolution related to the neighborhood slow streets is how much we've spent on that to date. And again, that was implemented through Cadillac because they had all of the materials through themselves and through their subcontractors to put that into place. Now, the one that is a budget adjustment is the last one, which is Healthy Streets on major streets outside of downtown, which is obviously up for consideration later on the agenda tonight as well. When we initially went to council with that, we had an estimation of about $15,000, and that was part of the resolution that council approved. That cost admittedly has come in higher. Part of that is because, you know, these are fairly unprecedented times. We had some special sign manufacturing, and some of the deployments were a little bit more robust, we felt was warranted than what we initially anticipated. So out of all of the different components of this change order, it's really that last one that I just described that's a notable budget change. The rest are really just to bring the Cadillac contract to make it whole again, as it were, because we've kind of been dipping into that to implement these things as quickly as possible. And so the only one that really is a substantive budget change is the Healthy Streets outside of downtown on major streets. Does that address your question, council member?
Yeah, somewhat. Again, and in reading through Councilwoman Lum's Q&A on this, and really what you just said, like you said, that one part of it cost us, you know, more than we had anticipated. You said it was going to be 15, and so you're saying we thought it was going to be 15, and it was 26. Am I reading that correctly? The neighborhood slow streets, and so.
No, I'm sorry. The neighborhood slow streets never had a budget. Council never authorized funding for the neighborhood slow streets.
Okay.
Neighborhood slow streets was always an unfunded mandate by city council. And so this is to address that part.
And that's 26,000 some, almost 27,000. Then why does it say there's a budget next to it? Who budgeted? You guys did internally, or?
Well, the budget is, so I guess there are we're trying to accomplish two different things for parts of this resolution. One is to make the Cadillac contract whole, so that anything that we've kind of used to do those implementations, it can go back to the contract and we can give the proper budget for those deployments, right? Because something that would be paid for out of street resurfacing, for example, may not be appropriate for traffic calming, as an example. And so just making sure that we have kind of the proper budgets identified for each of those different work elements. And then the other thing is to reflect what the actual costs have been. So on the neighborhood slow streets, again, showing what those costs have been. And then on the Healthy Streets outside of downtown, kind of shoring that up and showing what the costs have been on that as well.
Okay, so Healthy Streets outside of downtown. So that was 43. So roughly, you're saying that the cost to implement these was 5, 6, 7, almost $70,000 so far. Am I reading that correctly? See, you see why I'm asking it. It's not your explanation. I'm sorry, I'm being dense, but when this kind of shuffling from funds and uses goes on, it's confusing to me. And I'm sorry, I can't. Everybody else go ahead and support it if you want, but I don't get it. I don't understand why it costs so much more. Like, why would we have given them an open-ended thing to say, hey, here's 70 grand. We have so many needs, so many sidewalk gaps, so many lighting needs. We really said $70,000, go ahead and do what you got to do with these cones. I'm sorry, I'm not catching on what's going on here, but I'm still dissatisfied with the numbers, and I'm gonna vote no on this.
Councilmember Ramlawi.
Thank you, Mayor. I find it obviously troubling myself with the part that's related to the streets outside of downtown. We were given a figure of $15,000 initially, made it seem very innocuous when it came to the financial impact. And now we're looking at something that's 3 times the original estimated price, which I don't know how we missed the mark by 3 times. And that to me is concerning. And I just, I know this work has been initiated and we need to be good with our word and pay our vendors and our contractors. But I'm disappointed that we were given one figure and then the actual amount is 3 times greater. That's a significant variance by 3 multiples. If we were to end that program early, would there be any reduction in that amount, or are we going to be paying that amount regardless of the duration of that pilot program when it pertains to those 3 segments that are up for discussion tonight?
Councilmember Malawi, I don't have an answer for you on that. I know there is no additional cost to remove the barricades, cones, if that's the direction that council provides tonight. What I'm not certain of is there is a maintenance component as part of the contract with Cadillac where they are supposed to go out and monitor the deployments on a daily basis and make sure to restore any of the cones or barrels or barricades that may have shifted. I'm not certain if that maintenance fee could be credited back. That's a piece I'm not too familiar with the specifics of the contract to know if that would be eligible to get kind of a rebate or discount on that.
And if I can jump in on the estimate, understand that the estimate was produced quickly and we did not know exactly the number of streets that would be used in the healthy streets outside of the downtown. So it was based upon an estimate of the number of streets. And I'm looking at Raymond, but I think we ended up doing more streets than we thought we would.
Yeah, especially on the neighborhood slow streets portion, as Mr. Hupy just mentioned, it was kind of, we didn't know how much interest there would be in the community for those. We have actually kind of shut down any new requests for neighborhood slow streets just because, first of all, there's a timing issue just in terms of, how long they can be deployed. And then secondly, the costs associated with it as well. So for those 2 reasons, the neighborhood slow streets we're not actually taking any new nominations. And then, yeah, I think, to the point that Mr. Hupy brought up too, even for the healthy streets on major streets, admittedly, there was a miscalculation, and I'll take responsibility for that. I think it was the deployments we wanted to make sure were more robust than was initially anticipated. So I think that's what drove the cost up. So
I appreciate the explanation and taking ownership of where things are at, but I will say it really has a major influence on my decision when it comes to these things with the price tag. So when something says 15,000 versus 44,000, it does have an impact on my decision of supporting something or not supporting something. And, I just would ask that if there's going to be that significant of a change, perhaps maybe we scale down the scope that was originally budgeted for. And so to go 3 times over the amount because the scope was expanded on the major streets, it gives me heartburn to spend taxpayer dollars that way without permanent, improvements in our infrastructure. Again, as I noted in council communications, the improvements made on Miller, I'm not sure how much that cost, but if I suspect it was probably less than $43,000. I think that right there is money well spent.
Mr. Dykeman is here and he can talk to the maintenance, the cost of continuing maintenance of the traffic control devices?
Thank you, Mr. Huppey. I can speak to that briefly. There would be no cost savings associated with that. The way that project was and those items were bid, it's an ongoing maintenance routine as part of that work. The amounts that were provided and some of that cost also can include some contingency work, which there could be potential cost savings related to that if there's no additional work associated with the major streets at this time.
Thank you, David.
Councilmember Hayner.
Thanks. I just want to say to my colleagues, I know I don't always express myself properly. I understand that there's this one consent agenda item has wrapped up 3 different transportation spending issues: the Fernwood project, the Cadillac contract, and the additional cost of this Healthy Streets initiative. I guess what I'd like to say is that I think that because it's a personal hobby of mine to find out how many budget overrides and for what reason we do them. I would like to see these things I think it would be less confusing for our bookkeeping if we treated these as separate items in the future. So I guess I just want to say that. So thank you for recognizing me to speak again.
Councilmember Lum.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I appreciate the discussion and the questions. As you could see from the questions I submitted about this, it wasn't clear to me why the costs were being treated as a change order to the resurfacing contract, and hearing and your response to that question that the amendment ensures the cost for resurfacing, the resurfacing program is not reduced. I will be supporting it, but it wasn't clear because the change orders were related to the work and cost for the Healthy Streets program and for the traffic calming on Fernwood and Nacho Street resurfacing. It is a fair amount of money here that the $110,000 for Healthy Streets, neighborhood slow streets, Healthy Streets downtown, and Healthy Streets outside downtown. I did ask if that represented the total expenditures. It does cover, as indicated, the cost to unwind the program, but it doesn't include the staff costs. So the costs will be greater than this. The costs are greater than this. And these costs are just for the cones, barricades, barrels, pavement markings, and other efforts related to the program. We know from the downtown street program, weekend closures that, barricades and the materials used to close the streets are not cheap. So, as Councilmember Ramlawi said, I appreciate your taking ownership, Mr. Hess, on the underestimated costs for this program. But I think that should have also have been a fair indicator that the cost would be, somewhat more substantial. And they're a lot more substantial. So again, but you took ownership, and this clarity going forward should be provided, folks. Thank you.
Further discussion? Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Griswold.
Councilmember Griswold?
Yes.
Councilmember Long?
Yes.
Councilmember Grand?
Yes.
Councilmember Ackerman?
Yes.
Mayor Taylor?
Yes.
Councilmember Eaton?
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson?
Yes.
Councilmember Smith?
Yes.
Councilmember Ramlawi?
Yes.
Councilmember Hayner?
No.
Councilmember Bannister?
Yes.
Motion carries.
We now come to a set of public hearings. Public hearings are opportunities for members of the public to speak to council and the community about specific items on our agenda. That is to say, the specific subject of the public hearing. To speak at a public hearing, you need not have signed up in advance, but your speech must relate to the subject matter of the public hearing. To speak at a public hearing, please dial 213-338-8477. That is 213-338-8477. Upon connecting, please enter meeting ID number 942-7070-3638. That is 942-7070-3638. Once you have connected and you are at the right meeting, please enter *9 *9 to indicate that you wish to speak. The clerk will identify you when it is your turn to speak by announcing the last 3 digits of your telephone number. Speakers have 3 minutes in which to speak, so please pay close attention to the time. Our clerk will notify you when 30 seconds are remaining. Our clerk will also notify you when your time is up. When your time is up, please conclude your remarks and cede the floor. Public hearing number 1, resolution to approve the Wade annexation, 0.4 acres, 559 Riverview Drive. Is there anyone who would like to speak at this public hearing?
Mayor, I don't see anyone with their hand up for this hearing.
Would like to speak at this public hearing, please enter *9 now.
Caller with the phone number ending in 753.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Anyone with their hand up for this hearing?
Would like to speak at this public hearing, please enter *9.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, we can hear you. If you please turn off your television or your down the sound on your computer, you can begin.
Okay, great. I turned it down. Hi, my name is Moss Herberholtz. I live in Ward 5. I'm a student in the School of Social Work at the University of Michigan in Ann Arbor, and I serve as a board member for the Student Association for Psychedelic Studies at the university. Thank you to all of the city council members for considering the important decriminalized nature resolution that was discussed previously in the meeting. I am calling in to voice my support for this resolution.
Sir,
When used response, hello?
Hi, I'm sorry to interrupt you. This is a public hearing. To speak at a public hearing, your speech must relate to the item on the subject matter of the public hearing. That is to say, the annexation of land on Riverview Drive.
My apologies.
That's okay. There is no direct opportunity to speak on the psychedelic resolution other than at scheduled public comment, which was earlier in the meeting.
Okay, yeah, my information was different. My apologies.
No worries.
Okay, thank you.
Bet. Is there anyone who'd like to speak at this public hearing? That is to say, a public hearing with respect to the Wade annexation, 0.4 acres, 559 Riverview Drive.
Mayor, I don't see anyone with their hand up for this hearing.
Thank you. Seeing no one, this public hearing is closed. Public hearing number 2, resolution to approve 841 Broadway PUD Site Plan and Development Agreement, 841 Broadway. Is there anyone who'd like to speak at this public hearing? If you wish to speak at this public hearing, please enter *9 now.
Caller 879. Caller 879.
Hello. Hi, this is Vince Caruso. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello.
We can hear you.
Thank you. I'm coordinating member for the Allen's Creek Watershed Group at 556 Glendale Circle. I just wanted to call and say that the Allen's Creek Group does not support this project at this location. The Allen's Creek Group attended most of the developer meetings and made many of these comments at those meetings. Recently, the New York Times has published reports from First Street Foundation that show flood calculations that they are doing and making available to the public now include sea level rise, rainfall, and flood along smaller creeks, not federally mapped, and estimates that 14.6 million properties are at risk from what experts call a 100-year flood, far more than the 8.7 million properties shown on federal government flood maps. Previously, this data was only available to real estate and insurance industries. Now it's available to the public. You can go online, enter an address, and get flood information about that address. For this address, their First Street Foundation rates this site as extreme flood with an extreme flood factor or hazard, which is the highest for their rating system. Jerry Hancock has commented at public meetings as a floodplain manager, he would not like to see buildings in the floodplain. He has said during the recent floodplain overlay virtual meeting, buildings just downstream of a dam spooks him. Missy Stoltz, the city sustainability innovations manager, at a 8-2 kickoff meeting, or at the 8-2-0 kickoff meeting, when asked, said she does not support building in the floodplain also. The city has voted for a $1 billion 8-2-0 program, basically due to extreme effects from global warming, which include much larger rain events and more flooding. The city has protection of public health and safety as a valid rationale for rejecting proposals. Additionally, the developer has no plans for a full cleanup of the site, plans to build condos and hotel on top of a highly toxic coal tar site with other pollutions as well. The city did a full cleanup of the portion of the site where they recently installed a trail, which is great, and glad to see that. DTE, that owns this property, it's a $42 billion company, should be doing a full cleanup of this site
30 seconds.
as a responsible party and legal owner. The building sitting on top of this polluted site, proposed polluter pay will make very difficult, if not impossible, to clean this up when polluter pay does pass in the state. The developer did not include current data used by the city for 100-year flood analysis. The 1968 100-year flood had 15 feet of water flowing across the site, which means a very dangerous site in our opinion. Both dams upstream have high hazard rating and are judged just fair condition assessment by the state. I think this site would make a great park. I think we need to have it cleaned up. It's got coal tar 30 feet down in the soil and groundwater, and they have not tested the groundwater downstream of the site. I think we need to do a cleanup. I think we are moving that way as a state to clean up these sites.
Mayor, that's
not
fine.
leave it for later generations. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak at this public hearing?
Caller 534.
Good evening. This is Tom Stolberg. I live at 1202 Traver Street. I'm a resident of Lower Town. Tonight, I'm just speaking for myself. I'm supporting this project at 841 Broadway. I do not disagree with my friends and neighbors about the hotel location and height and about the flood and contamination issues. But given that the PUD and the area plan have already been approved, I'm supporting this next step. 841 Broadway is a large and very complex project. It's along the riverfront and also along railroad tracks. It will contain true mixed use, residential, hotel, a couple restaurants, other small retail, and both active and passive park spaces that is open to the public. The site will become more interconnected and interconnect the Main Street area and the Argo Livery area via the new pedestrian and storm tunnels and the new pedestrian bridges that this project will add to that. I see this as a positive for the area. This will be a luxury development, but it will pay a significant amount of money to the Affordable Housing Fund in lieu of putting affordable housing on site. I know the hotel is tall and close to the bridge and close to the river. And if I could change anything about it, that's what I would change. And I'm not ignoring flood issues or contamination issues either. I respect my friends and neighbors who have serious concerns about those. Overall, I feel this developer is a developer who's playing by the rules and following the intent as well as the letter of our zoning laws and master plan, has thoroughly engaged with the public and earned a certain level of trust from us. I think the overall project is a very good one, even with the negatives. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller 677, did you have a comment? Caller 677, your phone is muted. There you go.
Oh, hi. Sorry. Yeah, this is Michelle Hughes, and I just wanted to say I'm excited about this project. I take my dog for a walk on down by those Argo Cascades, and I'm excited that this project is going to bring even more vitality there and make it a more exciting place to be. I'm excited to see it happen. Thanks.
Thank you.
Mayor, there are other callers on the line, but they don't have their hands up.
Thank you very much. If you wish to speak at this public hearing, please enter *9 now. *9 if you wish to speak at this public hearing.
There are no other callers with their hands up for this hearing.
Thank you. Seeing no one, this public hearing is closed. We have before us the minutes of the special work session of August 20, the special session of August 24 and 26, the regular session meeting minutes of September 8, all 2020. May I have a motion, please, to approve these minutes? Moved by Councilmember Rumlowy, seconded by Councilmember Smith. Discussion of the minutes. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? The minutes are approved. C1, an ordinance to amend Chapter 55 Unified Development Code, rezoning of 1.28 acres from PL public land to PUD Planned Unit Development District Viridian at County Farm PUD zoning and supplemental regulations 2270 Platte Road. Moved by Councilmember Grand, seconded by Councilmember Ackerman. Discussion, please, of C1, Councilmember Ackerman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is an unusual night. We have two pretty transformative real estate developments before us, and this is the first. When constructed, Viridian at County Farm Park will be the most important real estate project that any of us will have worked on, because it is real, it is tangible, and it is here now, not 10 years from now. Our community has the opportunity to take the site of a decommissioned juvenile detention center and build the greenest and one of the most equitable neighborhoods, not only in the city, county, and state, but really in the entire Great Lakes region. Take a moment to step back and think about the magnitude. We can take a site on which struggling kids were segregated from society and turn that land into a neighborhood built for people of every income level that produces more energy via solar power than it consumes. Then the developers put in the work to make everything beautiful through its site, architectural, and landscaping design, something we don't always see. When we negotiate with other developers at the Planning Commission table, at the City Council table, to make incremental improvements to their projects, sometimes we're successful and sometimes we're not. But I think each of us has a project like this in mind when they start those negotiations. This is the ideal state. This is the vision for how people need to live in the future. So thank you to Mr. Grokoff and Ms. Patino from the Thrive Collective and from Avalon for their vision and their partnership and their persistence over these last 4 years. Thank you too to the neighbors for organizing themselves in support of this project. Sitting in the third ward, which I represent, I've seen a lot of really incredible leadership come from neighbors. When I ran for re-election in 2017, Viridian really could have become a very divisive campaign issue. And instead, neighbors like Janine Palms saw this project as an opportunity and saw what it could mean for the immediate neighborhood as well as the world, and really rallied a lot of great local support for the sale from the county and now the development. I would be very happy and proud to vote for this tonight, as well as support it again at second reading. So that's my statement. And then with that, I also want to move an amendment, more of a cleanup than anything, but I want to add a section, or a number 7 rather, to section 4 of the PUD supplemental regulations, which would read 11, outdoor lighting. To enable any outdoor lighting on site to limit light pollution and reduce energy, any exterior lighting shall be dark sky compliant and shall not be subject to the provisions of Chapter 55, Section 5.25.3 parking lots.
Seconded by Councilmember Grand. Is that friendly to body, that amendment? That amendment is friendly. Councilmember Ackerman, you still have the floor.
That's everything from me. This is community changing.
Thank you. Councilmember Lum.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As noted, this is a very significant project at the County Farm Park on Platte between Washtenaw and Huron Parkway. And although tonight is just the first reading on the zoning, I also believe it's worth discussing the project itself to at least let residents know that it's on the radar screen. The proposal is to utilize the 12.8 acre site owned by the county that, as Councilmember Ackerman noted, formerly housed the juvenile detention and family court facility for an affordable housing and mixed income residential development. The proposed zoning from public land to PUD is appropriate. The plan is to divide the property with two projects, a north and a south. The north project would be 50 units of affordable housing in 9 two-story buildings managed by Avalon Housing. The south project would be 99 units of market rate housing of varying sizes and number of bedrooms that would be affordable to a range of income levels. The maximum combined density of the project is 16 of the two projects is 16 units an acre, which is equivalent to R4B zoning. The projects are unique in that they are at advanced levels of sustainability and efficiency. The South project will seek designation as a, quote, living community challenge project, end quote, and the North project will seek an, quote, enterprise green certification, end quote. Again, tonight's vote is just the first reading on the zoning designation, which I will support. Final approval of the zoning and site plan along with a public hearing will come later, but I also wanted to discuss it since it is such a significant proposal and residents should be aware of this and may want to speak to this once the final votes and the public hearing are scheduled. Thank you.
Councilmember Graham.
Thank you. I'll be brief since this is a first reading. Just all thanks to the developers who worked on this project. I think we have two incredible examples of how to engage the community on a development project before us this evening. And to see the transformation from, signs up in the neighborhood about saving our land to understanding and to see that broad-based community support, not 100%, but certainly to see so many neighbors rally and have a really deep interest in this project and want to see it come forward and have enthusiasm for it is just a testament to the developers. I can't wait to see this come to fruition. And what else? I think this will set just a tremendous example for what we can do perhaps on some of our city-owned properties. And one group that hasn't been thanked is just our partners at the county who had the ability to take a lot of criticism at the beginning and work with the community and allow this kind of transformative project to take place. They could have gone for a bigger payout and they didn't. They really were great stewards of this land and made sure that it would create the greatest benefit to the community. So thank you for that.
Further discussion? I'd like to share my colleagues' enthusiasm with respect to this project moving forward. I think it is, it's been said is true. This is, this is going to be this is going to be transformative. It's going to be, inspirational. I hope to us as a community for what can be done, and I hope to others. Outside of Ann Arbor, it's going to be a model, and I can't wait to see it come to fruition. I'd like to, as has been said, thank the developers for the work they've done envisioning it, for the work they've done in coordinating and collaborating with residents, and of course staff up and down the line, but also to county for themselves having the commitment to use their land for this purpose to improve and better the community. Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? It is approved. DC1, resolution to appoint Elizabeth Millard to the Greenbelt Advisory Commission, moved by Councilmember Chris Grand, seconded by Councilmember Ackerman. Discussion, please, of DC1. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It's approved. DC2, resolution declaring the investigation and arrest of individuals involved with the personal use, growth, and possession of ethogenic plants, including those scheduled at state and federal levels, be the lowest priority for the city of Ann Arbor, moved by Councilmember Bannister, second by Councilmember Hayner. Discussion, please, of DC2. Councilmember Ackerman.
Councilmember Hayner, you're a sponsor. If you want to go first, please.
Well, that's okay. I just only briefly to give everybody a heads up that I distributed the text that is not the same text that is in Legistar. It's the resolve clause has been modified, and the whereas clauses have been modified only in as much as we removed all the footnotes to make for a little cleaner reading. So go ahead. I'll yield back. I mean, I have to move to substitute the language, so.
Right. Why don't I think it might make sense to discuss that version, just so to have one conversation as opposed to two.
All right, so Councilmember Hayner, you want to make your motion?
Yeah, I'd move that I don't know if you want me to read it in, or I did share it through the clerk, that we substitute the language wholesale with the language that I just shared with you. Specifically, it affects the resolve clauses, it affects the whereas clauses in removing the footnotes, and the resolve clauses have changed from what was published in Legistar. So I'd move that those, I don't know if you want me to read it in or what, but that's my motion.
Yeah, perhaps read, if you would, the altered resolve clause so the members of the public will have a notion of where we're going with this.
Sure. So that's fine. So be it resolved that the mayor and city council hereby declare that it shall be the policy of the city of Ann Arbor that the investigation and arrest of persons for planting, cultivating, purchasing, transporting, distributing, engaging in practices with, or possessing entheogenic plants or plant compounds, which are on the federal Schedule 1 list, shall be the lowest law enforcement priority for the city of Ann Arbor. And be it further resolved that the mayor and city council call upon the Washtenaw County prosecutor to cease prosecution of persons involved in the use of entheogenic plants or plant-based compounds designated by the Federal Controlled Substances Act. And be it further resolved that this resolution does not authorize or enable the commission of any crimes. And be it further resolved that any significant violation of state or federal law or any use of entheogenic plants that poses a threat to the public health, safety, and welfare may result in law enforcement involvement by the city of Ann Arbor. And be it further resolved, the final one remains the same, that if any provision of this resolution is declared by a court of competent jurisdiction to be contrary to any statute, regulation, or judicial decision, so that its applicability to any agency, person, or circumstance is held invalid, the validity of the remainder of this resolution and its applicability to any other agency, person, or circumstance shall not be affected.
Is that friendly to the body? I'm sorry, is there a second? Second by Councilmember Roman-Wiley. Is that friendly to the body? That's friendly. Councilmember Hayner, you still have the floor.
Well, okay. I mean, I was happy to ask Ann to co-sponsor this. Ann did all the legwork on this early last spring when she introduced me to the folks from Decriminalize Ann Arbor, the local chapter, and made me aware of the national movement underway. I think that these plants have, I think the intent of this is to decriminalize the use of this as best we are able as a council, to allow for personal use, research, to give the folks who are doing cutting edge research and mental health issues more tools, to remove the stigma around the use of these plants and possession of these plants. It's in keeping with the 2018 Federal Right to Try Act, where folks are experimenting and using these to great relief in end-of-life situations. It doesn't endorse the use. We're not seeking to create a tourist climate or a commercial climate around use of these plants here in Ann Arbor. I know that some other countries in Europe do this. Amsterdam allows the sale of psychedelic plants, and a few years back they had some trouble with it. And famously, the mayor said, "We don't have a psychedelic plant problem, we have a tourism problem. And so we're not trying to endorse any sort of creation of anything other than to remove the stigma on it locally through law enforcement. We've heard so many good reasons from the folks, historical, medicinal, spiritual, that it puts us back in touch with nature, and that it encourages individual responsibility and responsible use. And so that, combined with the fact that they appear to not be addictive, and that they represent this great body of traditional ecological knowledge, I encourage my colleagues to support this resolution. Thank you.
Councilmember Ackerman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'll be honest, I tried to avoid this issue when it first came up. Mr. Ream is a constituent of mine, but he pre-COVID invited me and Councilmember Grand out to coffee, and we had a conversation, and it caused me to start digging into the topic further. And after a lot of research aided by a personal friend who's a psychology researcher, I have formed an opinion which I hope is based in logic. First of all, I think to the public who's going to inevitably read newspaper articles about this, I recognize that this seems like a very silly topic of debate. Psychedelics at large have developed a very special and goofy place in our national culture. And the legacy of very misguided government initiatives like MK Ultra cast a very long shadow. But for us, this measure does represent a serious decision. After extensive research, I've come to the realization that you really only need to spend about 15 minutes with the modern research on psychedelic medicine to realize that this is a serious topic with potentially serious benefits. To give some perspective, Johns Hopkins, a premier medical research university, just launched a $17 million center dedicated exclusively to researching the medical benefits of these substances, because Johns Hopkins and their donors see the tremendous potential of these future medicines. In particular, the medical research around psilocybin is undeniably inspiring and hopeful. As a person in long-term recovery myself, the astonishing results of studies among cocaine addicts and veterans with PTSD seem especially promising. Ultimately, to be very clear, I think medicalization is the much more responsible route to normalization rather than decriminalization. But I recognize that decriminalizing these substances today causes more harm than the decriminalization would cause in the future. And so I'll be supporting this tonight. I think also in 2020, we need to be looking for ways to decrease the number of police interactions that happen in our community, and decriminalization of what are generally safe substances is a place to start. Finally, and Councilmember Hayner touched on this, I don't believe it's the intent of these advocates, but any future council should be very wary of moves to make these substances recreational. Again, they're powerful as I read about them, but need to be harnessed, I believe, for medicine, most importantly.
Further discussion? Councilmember Hayner.
Thanks for that, Councilman Ackerman. I agree. I think that I understand that a medical route is kind of, clinical use is kind of what we are looking at, and what these folks mostly, the experience has been with that. And I agree with that. We could sort of famously effectively decriminalize or dramatically reduce the criminalization of marijuana with the $5 fine. And, we could do a thing like that and kind of say, we recognize that state and federal law is going to keep this a criminal, just like it does with, until recently state law, but just like federal law continues to do for marijuana. But I think that taking the stigma away, reducing police interactions and so on is important. And so, we actually went around with the language. You spoke to that notion of future bodies being aware of it. And I actually considered that, should we put something in the language to talk about that, but I think we'll leave that for future bodies. And we've seen that so far, this is playing out okay in the other cities. And I don't know if Chief Cox has anything to say. I know back in the spring, Ann and I spoke with you about this. And we had some assurances that it already was sort of a low thing because we have a very progressive community and progressive police leadership. So I just, thanks for your comments.
Well, certainly it's, we've had about, honestly, 6 arrests for this since 2017, and that's 0 for this year. So the resolution currently is certainly put out there now, probably reflects the reality of what we're currently, doing as far as looking into this. The only thing that I would ever caution is that I worry sometimes when you shift the burden from the person in violation of a law, from that person to the people who are enforcing the law. So I just caution stuff like that when you do stuff, when things are, you have the ability at some point, or at least legally, the state might have the ability to decriminalize something, and that might be an answer to something. But I just worry sometimes when we shift that burden around or whatever, particularly in light of what's going on nowadays. But otherwise, that's about all that I have to say.
Councilmember Lum.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Chief Cox. That was helpful. I appreciate that we're working with the substitute that incorporates the attorney's recommendations. The various revisions that were recommended by the attorney to address the concerns that the city should, it was language prohibiting the city from utilizing any resources or funds in investigating detention or prosecution was not reasonable. That's been addressed or appropriate. I agree with that. And also that the concern about that the language could have hindered the investigation of more serious criminal activities, that's been addressed. And revising the second resolve, as you did, Mr. Hayner, so that it's clear that the resolution doesn't authorize the commission of any crimes. And as originally written, a couple of other specific crimes were mentioned, but again, it should be unambiguous and that the resolution doesn't authorize any other crimes. So thank you for incorporating those recommended changes. I would not have been able to support the original version because I shared the concerns expressed by staff that is originally written. The policy could have serious negative unintended consequences, including potentially hindering, again, the investigation of some more serious crimes and exposing the city to potential liability. Those are risks that I didn't feel the city should be taking. But again, fortunately, by adopting the substitute version, those risks are dramatically mitigated. And to be real honest, I'm not particularly comfortable heading down the path where we selectively, enforce laws and tell the police what laws they should be serious about and which ones are, quote, lower priorities. I did ask if there were other examples where the city had declared enforcement of a law a low priority, and the answer was no, that this would be a first. I know others will disagree, but I just don't believe that that's a good precedent to set or the right approach. In my view, I believe it's much better to lobby to have the laws changed than to set a policy that enforcement is the lowest priority. We've certainly heard from a lot of, and tonight included, advocates for addressing this in this fashion. And I appreciate what you shared, Councilmember Ackerman, about your meeting with Mr. Ream, and also share your the fact that you were persuasively convinced that this is an okay path to follow is compelling to me. In addition to, again, the fact that the changes incorporate the attorney's recommendations. So I appreciate that we have this substitute version on the table. I also, I know that the sponsors feel passionately about this, and I thank you for your work on this. With the substitute version, I I believe I can see my way to a yes on the resolution. And I do think that it's an important caveat that you touched upon, Councilmember Ackerman, that that this is intended for medically prescribed uses, not recreational.
Councilmember
I'm a lot older than a number of you, and I lived through those days. I didn't personally imbibe with psychedelic mushrooms, but I certainly, interacted with people who did. I'll just say it. And this is as proposed, going forward. People, council members, future council members, and the community should treat that distinction seriously. So thank you.
Councilmember Griswold.
Another measure of the legitimacy of this product for treatment is that Bloomberg News reports that a UK company had patented a synthetic version of what they're calling the magic mushrooms for use in treatment-resistant depression. It started trading on NASDAQ last Friday, and the shares jumped 71% in one day. So I think that shows that there is serious consideration for this product and confidence that it's going to be an excellent treatment product.
Councilmember Ron Lally.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate the courage Councilmember Bannister showed in bringing this to council. As we know, we've been being lobbied by the local chapter to adopt a resolution asking for just this. And so I, again, just wanted to acknowledge council members for bringing this forward. And I'll be supporting it tonight for all the reasons that have been stated. It's unfortunate that that's how drug policies work in America. It's what makes more money, criminalizing it or, advancing the medical benefits of them, whether it's this or marijuana. We see a shift in American policy now with drugs. There was much more money to be made with criminalization of these drugs, and now there is a realization of the profit to be made. And so it's unfortunate. There's been a lot of people who have been caught in the crossfire and who are serving time and have had their lives ruined in the process of the sausage being made. But again, I just appreciate this being brought up, and I'll be supporting it tonight. Thank you.
Councilmember Eaton.
Thank you. I appreciate the sponsors bringing this forward, and I especially appreciate the members of the community who have provided us with considerable literature on the topic. The literature is clear that there are clinical and religious uses that are beneficial, and that it's inappropriate to criminalize this kind of behavior. What this resolution does is it directs our police department to de-emphasize enforcement of these laws, much like we did in the 70s with regard to marijuana. When we passed a $5 fine for marijuana, we were directing our police force to do other things than petty drug busts. Much like when we passed our immigrant status ordinance, we were directing our police department away from a certain kind of law enforcement to things that we find more important in our community. And I believe that this resolution does something very similar. It just deprioritizes these kind of arrests so that we're not criminalizing personal behavior of this sort. Just as an aside, in the late 40s and early 50s, my father worked at Ypsilanti State Hospital, and they were experimenting with hallucinogens on patients at the hospital. And it was the recreational use of these substances during the 60s They actually outlawed it all, ended all of that interesting research that was being conducted that long ago that is starting to emerge again. So I hope that this doesn't lead to recreational misuse of these substances, but rather it really opens up the clinical and religious uses that have a framework for people to follow when they delve into these experiences. But I intend to support this evening, and I'm glad to see it come forward.
Councilmember Bannister.
Yes, I thank you, Mayor Taylor. I am so proud to have the council members also interested in this, and I want to invite anyone who wants to co-sponsor with us. You are welcome and encouraged to do so. And I do want to thank Chuck Ream for his leadership role on this all year long, and also Julie Barron, the director of the local Decriminalized Nature branch and chapter. And I thought, I don't think we've ever had so many medical professionals come to the meeting and speak in favor of something. That I really appreciate everyone's work in this area. That Dr. Diana Quinn, I thought those comments were really useful about wounds of racialized trauma. That, you know, as Councilmember Hayner mentioned, Eaton mentioned, that some of the religious uses of this have been criminalized over the years, and it's that very use of it that can help heal in a guided therapy, heal some of these racialized traumas and wounds. So I'm very excited about it. And, you know, in addition to the speakers, we got letters from veterans associations, nonprofits that help veterans with their trauma and their suicide rates that are urging us to do this tonight, and other letters from end-of-life nonprofits that are trying to help with people dying with dignity and understanding their death. And we even got letters from over here at the Cleveland Clinic and Case Western Reserve. So I thank Chris Kurtz for helping prepare those. So that's it. And just again, I want to underline, if you'd like to co-sponsor and help Ann Arbor be a leader in this movement, please do.
Councilmember Grand.
Thank you. I want to also thank my constituent, Chuck Ream. I'm so glad he was able to get on for public comment, because he is like in my top 10 list of favorite public commenters, not just because he's one of my constituents. He is excellent people, and proud to represent him. And I appreciate him taking the time, all the advocates. And I, you know, myself have worked with students who do research in this area. So when I met with Chuck, I said, you know, this isn't maybe my highest priority, but when it comes to council, if it makes sense, I'm going to support it. And I will certainly stand by that word. I have also worked with students who have had chronic depression that they just can't, no matter what they've tried, dig their way out of, and who have said things to me that they don't expect to live till 10 years later. And I think we do, they can be very difficult for them to see a future, and they've just tried everything. And it doesn't feel good to be on the other side of that and feel helpless. And it obviously is much worse for them and their families. So I believe that anything we can do to help move this kind of treatment forward is worth putting our names behind and our support behind. So I'll be happy. And to the advocates, thank you for all your support of the United States Postal Service.
Councilmember Romali.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to take my colleagues' offer and co-sponsor this resolution. Thank you for that opportunity.
Councilmember Griswold.
I would like to be listed as a co-sponsor, and I just want to repeat the acknowledgement of Councilmember Bannister in initiating this very important resolution. So thank you.
Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? It is approved. DC3, resolution to extend resolution R20194, resolution to approve downtown street closures for restaurant and retail use during the time of mandated physical distancing, and resolution R20302, resolution to extend resolution R20194, resolution to approve downtown street closures for restaurant and retail use during the time of mandated physical distancing. It rolls off the tongue. Moved by Council Member Hayner, seconded by Councilmember Lum. Discussion, please, of DC3. All in favor? I'm sorry, Councilmember Lum. You're on mute.
I was going to defer to Councilmember Ramlawi, so just a couple quick comments. I am happy to be a co-sponsor with Councilmember Ramlawi. And what this does again is, and we've heard from a lot of downtown businesses requesting our support, because this has been, as we all understand, critical for their survival in many ways. And what this does is it extends the existing street closures that have been in place downtown to support business recovery in a safe environment of social distancing. As we'll all recall, Council approved these closures on June 1st at the request of the downtown merchant associations. And Councilor Ramlawi and I have been before and since been meeting with the downtown merchant associations, and I appreciate his leadership on these closures and other measures we've taken to address concerns brought to our attention by the downtown businesses. The closures were to end August 23rd, or when the restrictions on gatherings were lifted by Governor Whitmer, and then on August 6th, we extended the closures for about 30 days until September 21st. And then this resolution extends the closures for another month or so until November 1st, or when the restrictions on gatherings are lifted by the governor. The extension covers the same downtown streets and for the same times from Friday at 2 p.m. through Sunday at midnight. The merchant associations have asked for the extension. We've received several emails, again, supporting this extension. The pandemic, no question, has severely impacted our local businesses. I appreciate that we all recognize that this is something we can and should do to support them and help facilitate their recovery and survival. And I suspect that after November 1st, obviously the weather's getting cooler, but there will be consideration of a potentially further extension. And I appreciate again Councilmember Ramlawi's leadership throughout on these proposals. Thank you.
Councilmember Ramlawi.
Thank you, Councilmember Lum. I was actually waiting for you to take the lead. I've had a great experience working with you and Tom Crawford and others, the DDA and the Merchant Associations meeting regularly to discuss this issue and monitor the situation and make any adjustments if necessary. And the only adjustments we've needed to make is just extend them. They've been a smashing success, a bright spot in what is an otherwise dark time for merchants and restaurateurs. We appreciate the support that council's been given to this program, and obviously it's a very familiar resolution, and the cooperation amongst all the stakeholders has been extraordinary. Everybody has been cooperating to the fullest extent in order to maintain this, and so once again, sincere thanks to my colleagues from my other colleagues. So that's all I have to say. Appreciate it.
Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Approved. Let's take a short break. Oh, I'm sorry. Let's return at 9:15. 9:15. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. We're back after a short break. DC4, Resolution to partner with University of Michigan to provide emergency shelter in Ann Arbor, moved by Councilmember Nelson, seconded by Councilmember Hayner. Discussion, please, of DC4. Councilmember Nelson.
Thank you. I asked Jackie to send out a substitute version of this resolution. I need to thank Teresa Gelati of the Office of Community and Economic Development for talking with me about this resolution in the last week or so. She gave me some background and helped me with some small edits to make it more clear. It's the substance of the resolution hasn't changed very much. It's just tweaking of phrasing in the whereas clauses, basically. The crux of this resolution is the start of a conversation with the University of Michigan and our local partners who plan for and provide services for emergency shelter in our community. I hope this will be understood as a reasonable step to take. And there are a few reasons why I want to start this conversation now. This past March, I don't believe that any of us were very prepared for the challenges of isolation, and especially what isolation would mean for residents coping with housing insecurity. The Delanus Center was suddenly a not so great solution for people in need of shelter. And at City Hall, we were talking about the value of people camping outside in whatever space they could find, because this was at least a way of maintaining distance from other people. The county and its partners have worked hard to problem solve during this pandemic. Thanks to their efforts and funding from the City Council, people are in shelter at a local hotel. These last few weeks, many residents in our community are talking about risks related to COVID-19 and specifically the possibility of a resurgence. My resolution asks for a meeting with the University of Michigan and local partners to discuss how we might do things differently if it happens again. If we have an outbreak this fall or winter season, I would like to be ready to discuss a whole lot more than encampments and hotels. Thousands of units of housing sat empty at the University of Michigan this past spring and summer. The wastefulness of that should not be repeated. This past spring and summer, other communities found a way to partner with local universities to make use of empty campus housing so that people could be sheltered. This week, I talked to some of the leaders who helped make it happen. At Sonoma State University in the Bay Area of California, local leaders helped identify 3 potential purposes for form space, 2 of which ended up being needed. The county partnered with Sonoma State University to house people with chronic conditions and other vulnerable populations, such as the homeless. The agreement lasted from April to August. Likewise, in Boston, local leaders arranged for a partnership between the local health department and Suffolk University to make use of a campus dorm for shelter. That agreement also began in April and ran through the month of August. They provided housing for 250 people. Both of these campus communities were able to make arrangements and sign agreements in a matter of weeks, so that campus housing was repurposed relatively early and for an extended period of time, over 4 months. This past week, in our questions to the agenda, Councilmember Lum asked how long it might take to arrange something similar locally with the University of Michigan. The answer to her question was that it might take more than 2 or 3 months. If it's true that planning would take that much time, it's even more important that we meet right away and discuss this possibility now rather than wait until a crisis might happen. I want to thank Police Chief Cox for helping connect me with the director of the Boston Public Health Department, Jerry Thomas. When I talked to Ms. Thomas, I had already seen our agenda question answers, and so I was able to share this timeline of more than 2 or 3 months. Ms. Thomas emphasized and repeated to me several times that an arrangement like this was primarily a matter of political will. I believe that Ann Arbor and the University of Michigan do have the political will to see people housed, particularly if we find ourselves in a situation where housing is available and empty. My resolution asks only that we meet with the University of Michigan before November 1st and talk about it. I want to talk about how we might partner, specifically if an outbreak of COVID-19 ends in-person instruction at the university, and if campus housing is vacated for an extended period of time. We've seen at a national level what happens when there's a lack of long-term planning. Locally, I think we can do better. I urge my colleagues to support this resolution. It really is just an ask for a meeting and a public conversation about this. And there are a lot of what ifs attached to it, but mostly the resolution is just about a meeting. Thanks.
Councilmember Heener.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks to Councilwoman Nelson for bringing this forward. I think it's perfectly appropriate to get this conversation going. I know that in the spring, summer, after they canceled last year, or the end of last year, went to on off campus rather. I couldn't drive by the Hill dorms without seeing all the empty windows when the sports camps were canceled and thinking, if only. As a former RA, I was up on Bursley. And you get a sense of what it's like, not only if you have lived in a dorm situation, but especially if you're on a housing staff, resident advisory staff like that. And it's been a while, but the facilities have not changed that dramatically. It's not difficult to configure space in these buildings to segment it off, to allow part of it to be used to the needs of the community if it's available. It's not difficult to segment off wings of these buildings and stairwells and elevators and so on, and make it able to be used safely by or loaned, you might say, to other needs in the community if it's sitting empty. And Boston's work out there probably falls under the auspices of their pilot program, which encompasses all of the nonprofits in the city, including the 47 major cultural and educational and medical institutions. And so to house 250 people under that program and kind of write it off to the pilot program without charging the city or the county is excellent of them to do that. And they really stepped up when they did that with Boston. And that relationship that Boston has had with these communities because of this pilot program, I think shows the value in a pilot program. And so I'm going to be bringing that up when we have this conversation, hopefully after this resolution passes. And because it's countywide solutions we seek, and I see Ms. Gelati's here, hopefully our conversation can help inform conversations that may be had with other institutions who hold housing in the community, like Eastern. I know Eastern's even sold some of their large buildings off. And so I really think it's appropriate to have this conversation to move forward with this. And, there's nothing, just like when we see in Seattle, when they overbuilt certain segments of the market in Seattle, they'd have empty apartments and people sleeping in the doorways of them. And there's nothing sadder than unused housing in a time of need. And so the potential that we could start this conversation with the university on top of continuing to be prepared and pursue our needs in other housing venues or areas, including having to rent hotels or whatever. I think it's perfectly appropriate and timely that we do it. And I encourage my colleagues to support this. Thank you.
Councilmember Romoli.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor, and thanks to Councilmember Nelson for stimulating this conversation here tonight, getting us to talk about things before they happen, so we're not reactionary, and we actually perhaps at times have plans in place to take care of these things. I do have some concerns, though. This does call out for timeframes that are aggressive. November 1st, to have a meeting between the City Council and the regents to discuss the housing needs, both temporary and long-term. And so the intent, I appreciate the spirit that this conversation and this resolution is being brought under. The resolve clauses seem to have a greater purpose to them, and maybe I'm reading into it incorrectly, but it seems rather broader and more of systematic issues that we have with affordable housing and housing in general that we've been discussing on council for quite some time. So is this more for about COVID-19 issues, the issues that arise from COVID-19, or is it more about our housing in general, and whether our city administrator believes, if I can ask Mr. Crawford, that we would be able to set up a meeting in time, and would the university be even interested in even having that conversation with us? I don't like to I would want a partner in the conversation that shows interest in having that conversation and not be unilateral with that that request. Is November 1st, back to that, is that too soon to have this? Is it possible to discuss what's being asked in these resolve clauses by that deadline?
I can certainly ask about a meeting, but I don't know. I actually don't know the board schedule, and they just had a meeting last week. So your points about some of the questions being systemic versus short term, I think is a relevant one, particularly in the amount of materials or thoughts we might want to prepare going into that conversation. And a November 1st discussion for that, to schedule a meeting may be one thing, to have a meeting would be another. But I actually do not know whether I could even get it scheduled by November. I have reached out, but it was just today, so I haven't had time to collect the information.
Could we substitute the language? I mean, I'm not sure if the sponsor of this resolution be amenable to changing, so it's under like a reasonable time frame, or as soon as reasonably possible, or something to that effect. So we have a little bit more flexibility in arranging that meeting if we choose to do so. Or are you pretty?
I mean, could we phrase it ideally before November 1st? I mean, I appreciate that this is an attempt. I mean, the thing is, so I guess I would say, to your point, Councilmember Ramlawi, when we have conversations about making an ask of the university, whether it's a specific ask now the only ask is a meeting, I'm really quite astonished at the pessimism of, they wouldn't even meet with us. Is that really how it works? I mean, I guess I'm just astonished by that idea. I appreciate the concern about a timeline being too quick, but it actually has been suggested to me that they would not even meet with us, which I just find stunning. Because quite a lot of the time, a meeting begins unilaterally in terms of one party requesting it. I don't know how often two people simultaneously request a meeting at the same time. Typically, one person initiates it. So I guess
we still haven't met with them once, and I've been on council for almost 2 years.
Well, we would have had a meeting this past spring, except for COVID, and that would have been socially.
Why hasn't it been done, electronically since then? We've had meetings, they've had meetings electronically, and yet we haven't had that infamous meeting. It's been 2 years, and and so
is that not a reason to actually move forward and try to have one? That's a reason to not have one?
I'm not saying it's not, but you're asking about the pessimism and why I feel pessimistic. Is that I'm just saying, in my experience, is we still have yet to meet with them.
It's true.
Councilor Grant?
I think I'd like to piggyback on Councilor Ramlawi's point. The second resolve clause, I think the only way around it is honestly to remove it, because we don't need as a council to meet with the regions to have this issue go forward. I think it would be much more appropriate to have staff at the county, have our city staff talk to the people who actually know if this can happen, are probably housing staff at the university more than the regents. I don't think the regents could give you details about housing. And as someone who literally holds Zoom meetings with students sitting in dorm rooms every day, this is a complicated issue. I think the issue that I also have with this resolution is I think it doesn't. Well, I appreciate initiating the conversation. I think it doesn't acknowledge the work that our staff in the Housing Commission and the county have already been doing with the university. I know that and I want to ask Mr. Lottie not to, well, I am going to put you on the spot, but when we were thinking about things like field hospitals and quarantining, wasn't the Housing Commission and county in talks with the university to use some of the housing for that purpose?
Yeah, the county leadership was in touch with both U of M, Concordia, and Eastern at different points to talk about a couple different scenarios. Things were changing a lot. So some conversations were quarantine. Some conversations were about potential use of dorms for shelter. None of those ultimately panned out this spring, summer, but we were in conversation, yes.
Thank you. So, I mean, I do think there's actually a foundation for this kind of conversation already. And it was a little disconcerting to me in this resolution that it didn't acknowledge that work that was already happening with staff. I'm glad that you were able to circle back with Mr. Lottie and get some clarification on that. But I think that there have been conversations already. I think I would be very comfortable asking Mr. Crawford and Mr. Lottie and perhaps Ms. Hall or others to work with the university, but I don't think that's going to happen between us sitting down with us demanding the regions that they meet with us to talk about this one particular issue. I don't think it's reflective of the current situation of the housing, which is scheduled to have students in housing until Thanksgiving with a short break and then coming back, and that could definitely change. But the university is being fairly deliberate in how they're keeping housing densities low at this time. So to help try to limit the spread of COVID and to have space for quarantine that's available. So I do, if there is housing that becomes available, I shared the same sentiments as my colleagues have expressed about seeing empty dorms and wishing that we could be using those for other purposes to house those who need housing in our community. But I think the approach misses the mark.
Councilmember Hayner.
I'd be shocked if I was next, but I'll speak.
You're on the queue.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate that those conversations went on, and I had assumed that they had. I've never, it has not been my experience to know that Ms. Gelati or Ms. Hall or any of our folks who are working diligently to meet the challenges of those who are housing challenged they've left no stone unturned, I'm sure. The difference here is that in those meetings, there has not been a seat at the table for the policymakers. And that's what we're supposed to be doing. We're supposed to be setting policy around housing. We're supposed to be looking, adding our own keen eyes to the opportunities that might be available in our community. And I think that's where this comes in. And perhaps the regents aren't the ones, but perhaps some of the regents want to be at that table. And perhaps along with the housing folks, and perhaps some of us want to be at that table when those conversations are had, so we can understand exactly what the conversation is so we can form better policy. And so I see this as an effort to re-involve policymakers in these decisions and inform us in what's going on and how can we craft policy or other notions with our community partners to get better outcomes. And so I fully support this to give policymakers a seat at that conversation table and to make sure that conversation is had again. And I guess the last thing I'll say is just a general statement to remind everybody that it's a state university, that shocking as it may be for people to hear this, that land and those buildings belong to the state and therefore they belong to all of us. And so we are well within our rights to ask for a conversation about the use, the ongoing use, alternative uses, or whatever else for this public land that exists here in our community. Integrated as though it may be in our community, it still is a public land and a public university. And so I think this is perfectly appropriate, and I hope that we can move this forward.
Councilmember Griswold.
Yeah, I agree with Councilmember Grand. in terms of where the work is being done. And I think unlike City Council, the U of M regents tend to approve the work of staff and they don't get as involved in the details. That being said, I think that maybe this resolution could be divided into 2 action items. One would be for the appropriate staff and interested council members to meet with representatives from the University of Michigan, and maybe we don't specify who those representatives are, to address COVID-related housing issues. And at the same time, we ask staff to schedule a joint meeting with the regents of the University of Michigan and City Council to discuss housing as well as other topics. I think it's very reasonable that we meet with the regents once a year to discuss policy issues. So I don't know if that seems like an acceptable compromise.
Mayor, may I make a comment?
Please.
In regards to a meeting with staff, I think it would be appropriate for staff meetings to be staff to staff and not have council members in that discussion. You may building on what you said, Councilmember Griswold, you may consider if you do not pursue a meeting, you may consider having you as policymakers lobby their policymakers. So either a meeting or a lobby. But I do think that staff discussions need to be without council members there for us to get our work done in a manner that we normally work.
I would just like to challenge that in terms of what has been accomplished to date with the University of Michigan. And maybe I'm just unaware of that. And I'm fine having policymakers advocate and let staff begin this discussion. But I don't see a lot of success historically.
Well, in regards to COVID, we actually had a lot of engagement around COVID with the communication plan, the enforcement efforts. The city itself was not involved with the housing discussion since the county has been the lead on that. But
okay, can I just say, I didn't mean to criticize the COVID operation. I think that's been excellent. I was just talking more about working with the university, saying over the last decade and getting any financial support. A pilot, I mean, they've seemed pretty set in their ways. But yeah, the COVID operation was excellent.
I'm going to step in briefly on this. For my part, I think that it's an interesting idea. Trying to work with the university in order to use, university resources in the event that those resources are available. I'm troubled, however, by the approach. Particularly like the first 4 resolved clauses. We're dealing with folks who have worked their tails off to try to put together a semester that, in their view, meets public health needs and meets their institutional needs. They've worked, the university, the people to whom with whom we are seeking to engage, leadership up and down the line, have worked very hard on their setup, on where they are today, and they've put a lot of blood and sweat and personal and institutional face on the line here. And in these resolved clauses, we're saying that they've invited students to come. It's a high likelihood of failure in the expected resurgence. And while I think people perhaps in the community and perhaps here at the table may feel those things, we're trying to work with humans who run an institution, and it strikes me that that we're essentially this resolution as currently drafted, and I guess I'd like to ask if council would be okay removing the first 4 resolve clauses. We're basically saying,
Right, Mayor, are you referring to whereas clauses, not the resolve clauses?
did I say resolve? Thank you, council member. I meant the first four whereas clauses. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're saying if you have a public failure, or rather when you have this expected public failure that will, at which your hopes for a semester will be dashed, let's talk and do the community a favor. So it's
I'd accept that as a friendly amendment. You can remove the first 4 whereas clauses. I'm fine with that.
If someone would move that and then second it, I'd move by Councilmember Ackerman, second by Councilmember Malawi. Is that friendly to the body? Thank you. I guess I don't have any further objection to the resolution as a whole. I will say that I don't think that the second resolve clause is likely to be successful. The Regent's schedule is packed. The university doesn't work that way. We do. Regent, they simply don't. I think this is an interesting idea that should run from staff to staff. I think if we should, expect that to be the case, and try to poise the resolution for success. But I won't press that point. Councilmember Eaton.
Thank you. The idea of council and the Regent sitting down for a joint meeting is not a new idea. Last year, at about this point in time, a couple council members asked the previous city administrator to arrange a joint session of the Regents and the council. At a football pregame event, I ran into high-ranking university staff who don't speak loosely, who indicated support for the idea of having a joint session of the Regents and the council to discuss a variety of ideas. At that point in time, the idea was to talk about a pilot and to talk about affordable housing. Time has moved on. Those arrangements weren't made. That's a separate problem all by itself. I think that we have to understand that the university isn't our enemy. They're a community member. They're community-minded, much more than they get credit for. And I believe that they would engage us in a discussion as to whether there was an agreement. That isn't required by this resolution. The resolution asks for the meeting. I think it makes sense to have policymakers meet with policymakers to discuss policy. That's just fundamental. Staff for the city or the university really can't be empowered to take these actions unless the policymakers set them in that direction. The fact that there's already been discussions between the county staff and the university staff that got nothing is an indication why it makes so much sense to have a meeting at policy level. So I support the resolution as it's currently written with the amendment, and I would oppose any effort to delegate this to our staff to engage their staff. I think that the only way we're going to have a meaningful discussion about the potential use of student housing for our housing needs in the community is to approach it policymaker to policymaker and not delegate it to staff members. Thank you.
Councilor Lum.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember Nelson, for bringing this forward. I support the intent of the resolution. The city, there's no denying the city and the university share a responsibility in terms of the health and welfare of Ann Arbor, and that most certainly includes housing, both near-term shelter housing and long-term permanent housing supply. So we all agree that that is an issue that we need to work together on at the at the professional level by our appointed officials and by our elected officials. The resolution essentially says that, as Councilmember Nelson articulated, that the city and the university need to have a serious dialogue about housing, short and long term. I think most folks would agree that that's appropriate. The focus of the resolution is more on the short term and providing emergency shelter this winter. That's certainly also a real need, especially with the necessity of adjusting living conditions for safe social distancing. The U of M Medical Center this past spring took the lead on the possibility of converting some dorms as for field hospital use, and I talked to some folks who were involved with that, but that was different. That was for field hospital use. Obviously, that was necessary, and I appreciate the work that they did in that regard. The city staff did indicate that in initial discussions, the U of M isn't interested in doing this. This does remind me about discussions about a pilot. Last year, for the budget retreat last year, I made one request. We were solicited for our input on things we'd like to have discussed. My only ask was to include discussions of a pilot with the university at our budget retreat. And then when we got the agenda, it was nowhere to be found. It wasn't even listed. So it does take political will, as Councilmember Nelson indicated, and that I won't be around for pursuing that, but that needs to be kept on the radar as well. And staff does have regular meetings with the U of M, but they're generally about various capital projects, not topics like this. And I do think that this gives the added incentive to be serious about this. And I do appreciate that Councilmember Nelson was okay removing some of those whereas clauses about certain assumptions. But I think that, we, somehow we're getting hung up on some of the details, and the whole point here that I think Councilmember Nelson is trying to make, and she's obviously done a lot of homework in this regard and contacted other university towns and communities, is that we should talk about this. And if, as Councilmember Griswold suggested, if this invitation be extended to those who are interested, fine. But just have the conversation. And those annual meetings that we have with the university, they're social get-togethers. We need to do more of this kind of, sit down or by Zoom meeting with our, counterparts at the U of M and with staff, obviously, and have a serious dialogue about housing. And this again focuses on short term, but we also need to have a dialogue about long-term housing and things like pilots. And and the initial resolution that Councilmember Nelson presented made a reference to the fire station on North Campus. Over the years, I've nagged the city staff about the U of M providing some financial support for that fire station. That hasn't happened. But, those are the kinds of things that we can talk about in a more meaningful, productive way, perhaps. I am supporting this, and I appreciate that Councilmember Nelson brought this forward, and perhaps to address Councilmember Ramlawi's suggestion that if the timing is too aggressive, and Mr. Crawford, you seem to indicate that, maybe in the last two resolve clauses where it references do this before November 1st, just add if feasible, if that would be friendly to the body. But I'll leave that to Councilmember Nelson if she wants to make that change. Thank you.
Councilmember Ramlawi.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. I do want to provide perhaps a change to the first resolve clause. I just sent Jackie, I hope she got it. slightly different wording to the first resolve clause. And then also to the date of meeting with the regions. I think it's important to establish that date now, and take this opportunity, I guess, to do that, even though we're talking on two separate issues here. But moving that date to a certain date, maybe February 1st or March 1st. I really like to get something in place while we're on the topic about achieving our housing issues and goals here with the university. So two different things here, but the first one being the first resolve clause, if you received it by now. I say this because the first, and I apologize, the term negotiate, the fact that we're going to enter negotiations with the university gives me a little bit of pause. I'd rather have it more about a discussion about the possibilities rather than entering negotiations with the university. So I apologize, but I'm just on the fly here, put that together and just change some wording so it reads the City of Ann Arbor will immediately take steps to discuss with the University of Michigan the possibility of using available housing units at their Ann Arbor campus in anticipation, and the rest is the same. But the word negotiate gives me a little bit of heartburn.
Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Smith. Councilmember Ramlawi, you still have the floor.
So that's it for this part of it on this first amendment, if it's going to be accepted and approved.
Is that friendly to the body? Councilmember Nelson, you're on mute.
Sorry. I have a question. I don't think I understood some of what you were talking about, Councilmember Ramlawi. You said something about February, and I didn't know. I didn't understand.
That's for the other resolve clause about meeting with the regents. That would be in the second resolve clause, which I haven't sent anything on yet. But I'd also, at a later point here, make a motion to change that to a different date. But my first motion was on the first resolve clause.
Just changing the word negotiate.
Yeah.
I don't care. That doesn't. That's not a substantive difference.
I
But
didn't send a red line change.
Is that friendly to the body then? And it looks to me to be this looks to me to be friendly to the body. Does anyone object to that?
It's that there's a grammatical error.
Resolved, the City of Ann Arbor will immediately take steps to discuss with the University of Michigan the possibility.
Yeah, strike that for, please.
Thanks, Councilmember
Thank you, Councilmember. Is that friendly to the body? All right, that's friendly. Councilmember Ramlawi,
If that's friendly, then I would also make a motion then to change the date from November 1st to February 1st, 2021.
seconded by Councilmember Grand. I see that is not friendly. Councilmember Ramlawi, you have the floor.
That is only to meet with the regents. That's not pertaining to the staff of all the other organizational entities. Again, that's just asking for a meeting with the regents. Perhaps this isn't the best place for it, but since we're on topic, I figured I would make that motion.
On the amendment, I have Griswold, then Grand. Councilmember Griswold.
I don't have a comment on the amendment.
Councilmember Grand.
Thank you. I think it's much more realistic. We have regions that are up for re-election November 3rd. There's going to be a significant changeover in terms of policy-making bodies on this council. So I'm not sure 1 week before we lose half the body is the best time to get together with the regions to discuss general housing policy. And I think the change that Councilor Ramlawi made in the first resolve clause gets staff going, which I think is the process. I think if we make this change, I can definitely get behind the resolution. I think it's much more realistic that we could set up a meeting in a few months' time with the regions. It's just a much more reasonable ask.
Can I suggest that we all think what we think about this probably, and that we probably don't need to talk about this particular amendment. We should just vote on it. But that's just me. I've got Griswold, Eaton.
Well, we spent the second.
Mayor, can I make a comment on this?
Councilman, yes, Mr. Crawford.
You know, as you think about a meeting with the university, I think something that would be helpful is to, instead of approaching the university on a topic by topic, I think it'd be very helpful for council to take a little bit of time and prioritize what you're looking for from the university. In my experience with the university, going from topic to topic is not as productive, and I think that would be even less productive at the policy level. I think if the university understands the communities, if we have a dialogue around what's most important or how important is climate action, is the fire station, is the housing, these are things that they may not be able to do all, but they need to understand the relative importance of some of these things in order to mesh that with their other priorities that they're pursuing.
I guess Mr. Crawford, would you think that some sort of conversation about that would be suitable for the December offsite?
If you ask me, I think that might be something that maybe even it could be the offsite or even a subcommittee of council work on in preparation. If you're going to meet with the regions, I think we need to be well prepared for that conversation, not only with our priorities, but some very specific points and knowledge around what we want, why, how it would work for both. I think there's a fair bit of preparation for that conversation. So that might be a subcommittee discussion, because it might be more than one hour conversation. If it's just prioritization, we could do that at the December offsite, but just realize it'd be preparation in addition to that.
Got Griswold, Eaton, and Bannister.
I'm going to be supporting this resolution, and I serve on the Michigan League Board of Governors, and so that gives me some insight into the university, as Councilmember Grand probably has as well. And I would see this request for a conversation as an opportunity to help them with a major PR problem that they have right now. Anyone who's seen Reddit knows that they've got major problems. And working with the city of Ann Arbor and providing some public good for the community is a real opportunity for the university at this point.
Councilmember Eaton.
Thank you. I think that putting off a meeting with the regents until February ignores the urgency of the issue that this resolution tries to address. We are quite likely to enter a second wave of the pandemic momentarily. That is going to impact our economy in huge ways. The recession is going to take off if we get a second wave of the pandemic. Other universities have been ending person-to-person classes based on the incidence of the virus on campuses. So if the university follows suit with the other large universities and stops in-person teaching, there will be an abundance of empty housing. The recession is going to cause us short-term housing problems that I don't think that we're really focusing on here as we try to put this meeting off into the end of the winter. This resolution is trying to address with a sense of urgency problems that are pretty evident to anybody that's paying attention to what's happening everywhere else. Europe is currently entering the second wave of the pandemic, and that's not going to escape us. The governor today announced that she intends to continue her emergency orders for a couple more months at least. We're not coming out of this. And if we just push this off and try to bundle it with a bunch of other issues, it ignores what this resolution initially tried to address. And that's all of these issues that have a great degree of urgency. So I think that I don't want to put it off to February, and I support what the resolution originally intended to do, and I will continue to support it.
On the amendment, Councilmember Bannister and Hayner. Councilmember Bannister.
I support the original resolution also because I think we may need to revisit our conflict of interest policies because, and maybe this is a question for the attorney's office, but you know, if folks are receiving a paycheck from U of M, are they within our conflict of interest policy to be also representing the best interests of the residents?
I'd like to respond to that.
Councilmember Grant.
Thank you.
I might prefer that read directly from the attorney's office, possibly.
Since it was directed at me, I'd like the opportunity to respond to that.
I didn't mean to direct it to.
Yeah, sure it wasn't. Fine, forget it.
I'm speaking of the rules committee is meeting tomorrow morning, but I have my green folder here on conflicts of interest, but do we have a staff member who's up to speed on?
Can we vote on the amendment?
Mr. McDonald?
Council member, is your concern that a council member who works for the University of Michigan should not actually meet with representatives of the University of Michigan on these particular topics?
No, I think a meeting is fine, but I think that it would be wise at this juncture for us to explore whether and to what degree a conflict of interest can exist, where if your employer is paying you a lot of money to work for them, can you really be objective when you're negotiating and talking with them about housing for our homeless people?
Well, in general, I don't believe the council rules prevent somebody from sort of negotiating that type of position unless they have some financial interest in the contract itself. A general issue such as housing or a topic like that certainly can be discussed by any council member with members of the University of Michigan.
I just would like to make sure we've explored that issue thoroughly. And again, there's a rules meeting tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. and maybe that's the more appropriate venue.
Yes, I'll ask us to move on this. I will say by way of history, we've had a mayor who was an employee of the University of Michigan for 14 years. Councilmember Kunzelman was an employee of the university for, I think, 7 to 8 years. Councilmember Grant, of course, has been an employee of the University of Michigan for a number of years. Certainly a number of us as well, are contractors and, provide services directly to the University of Michigan. Those sorts of relationships have never been deemed to be a conflict of interest, and nor do I believe them to be. And no, that's just flat out that. Councilmember Hayner.
Yeah, I think I'm not afraid to ask for a November 1st meeting from the university, so I'm gonna not support this notion. And I'd also just since we're on the topic, I'd like to add that I actually severed my any contractual relationships or vendor statuses I had with the university when I swore my city council oath. I had a handful of jobs where I did information design and production of what's known as donor recognition and so on. I had to put all that to bed. I don't want to have no suggestion that in any way that I'm somehow beholden to the university. And that's the way it is. And if we can't ask for a meeting with the regents when one person on this council is if there's any concern that we can't ask for a meeting because of people on the council being on university payroll, I think that's terrible. And if it's happening now, what's going to happen when a third of the council is getting a paycheck? And that's going to be what's going to be the case after November when the new council's sworn in. So I'd like to put this notion aside that there's a conflict of interest here, but potentially there is. And I just think, what are we afraid of? We can't even ask for a meeting with the biggest landholder here in the city, with the Regents of the University of Michigan. It's such an integral part of our community. Come on. We should ask for a meeting and we should get it.
Councilmember Smith.
Can we just vote on this amendment? This conversation has taken an absurd turn that's not worth commenting on. I think everybody's spoken to this except for me. I'll support the amendment. I support the idea here, but we've been at this for a while.
Councilmember Nelson.
Thank you. I'll be quick. I do not support this amendment because I don't think pushing it off to February has much value. But if this amendment fails, I would offer, the next amendment that I would offer would be to change the resolved clause. The second to the last one that names November 1st, I would change it to say to discuss Ann Arbor emergency shelter needs and take away the both temporary and long-term so that it would be a much more narrowly focused meeting on just the topic that actually needs to be discussed right away, as opposed to topics that don't necessarily need to be talked about right away. At any rate, I would ask my colleagues to please not support this amendment because I'm willing to amend this resolve clause so it's a more narrowly tailored conversation. Because I do think the priority is to make the conversation happen sooner rather than later.
Further discussion of the amendment? Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Griswold.
Councilmember Griswold?
No.
Councilmember Long?
No.
Councilmember Grand?
Yes.
Councilmember Ackerman?
Yes.
Mayor Taylor?
Yes.
Councilmember Eaton?
No.
Councilmember Nelson? No. Councilmember Smith?
No.
Councilmember Ramlawi?
Yes.
Councilmember Hayner?
No.
Councilmember Bannister?
No.
Motion fails.
Further discussion of the main motion? Councilmember Nelson.
So I would like to offer the amendment that, do I have to send the wording to you, Jackie?
If it's,
Yes.
All right, I'll send the wording. All right, I'll just copy and paste this. Okay. Hold on a second. Sorry.
I got a question in the meantime, if I could ask Tom Crawford, or, the reason I supported the prior defeated amendment was the fact it was going to be hard to get a meeting scheduled by.
I think Councilmember Nelson has the floor. If she cedes it, that's okay, but that's okay. Councilmember Nelson.
Okay. All right, I'm sending this now to Jackie, and then, here, wait. Okay. All right, I've sent it to Jackie. The wording is, resolved, the city administrator is directed to schedule a meeting between the City Council of Ann Arbor and the Regents of the University of Michigan to occur before November 1st, 2020 to discuss Ann Arbor temporary emergency shelter needs.
Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Eaton. Is that friendly to the body? I see it is not friendly from Councilmember Ramlawi. Councilmember Nelson, you have the floor still?
I have nothing more to say. It's been said before. I don't want to drag this out. I just don't think that this particular conversation can be delayed, and it's a pretty narrow topic, so I hope that you can support this amendment.
Further discussion of the amendment? Councilmember Ramlawi?
I'll just go on record and say I don't support it because I just don't think it's feasible. We've heard from our city administrator it's going to be extremely difficult to get a meeting scheduled by then. We have preparation for that meeting so we don't sound like a bunch of bozos when we do meet with them. And thirdly, half this council isn't going to be around 2 weeks later. And so I apologize, I can't support it based on those tenants. It just doesn't seem to be very practical, and that's why I can't support it.
Further discussion? Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Griswold.
Councilmember Griswold,
Yes.
Councilmember Long,
Yes.
Councilmember Grand,
No.
Councilmember Ackerman,
No.
Mayor Taylor,
Yes.
Councilmember Eaton,
I'm sorry, what are we voting on?
You're voting.
my amendment.
Nelson's amendment.
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson,
Yes.
Councilmember Smith,
No.
Councilmember Remlawi,
No.
Councilmember Hayner,
Yes.
Councilmember Bannister,
Yes.
motion carries.
Further discussion of the main motion? Before getting to Councilmember Ackerman, I know I don't want to make too big a deal of this. We're directing the city administrator to schedule a meeting. It takes two to tango. Perhaps we direct the city administrator to seek to schedule a meeting or to strive to schedule a meeting. What do we think of that? That way, is that, if I can have someone make that amendment, Councilmember Ackerman?
Second.
So the amendment to the city administrator is directed to seek a meeting, to seek to schedule a meeting between or between blah, blah, blah. Is that friendly to the body? Thank you.
Yeah.
Further discussion of the main motion as amended. Councilmember Hayner.
Does anybody on this body feel that they are in any way prevented from reaching out to regents on their own, or people at the university, or administrators or staff or folks in charge of programs? I mean, we all feel that we can communicate with our friends and neighbors and partners in the community, I hope. And so I would encourage folks who are interested in these things to do that and reach out to regents that you may be in contact with or other people at the university and encourage them to come to the table with us. That's all. I think this resolution asking for that it's shocking that we've hashed it out this much. And I think let's just try and partner up with some people for once. Thank you. You know, you don't make peace with your friends, you know? When you have problems and division, you got to reach out to the people who aren't your friends to make that peace and to come together. And so if that's the feeling we have here in the community, then we're in the right direction. Let's talk to the regents. I mean, something's going on here that people are afraid to even have these conversations, and that's just got to end. It's got to end.
Well, I would point out that none of us can speak on behalf of the entire council, and no regent can speak on behalf of the entire board of regents. And so the only way to have a meaningful discussion between the two bodies is to meet as bodies. So I encourage you to lobby your friends, the regents, to agree to this meeting, but you can't make a deal with any single regent. I would hope that you recognize that.
Councilmember Ackerman.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I think ultimately I'll be voting for this, but I want to provide some feedback about the conversation. I think some of the tone and substance of the conversation tonight diminishes the impact that staff has with the University of Michigan. And off the top of my head, I listed some successes that staff has had, some of which have been in the last months and the last year. The 404 North Ashley Affordable Housing Site, the university's community dental clinic, resurfacing South University, annually coordinating the art fair, coordinating disaster plans, coordinating sporting events, coordinating a massive field hospital plan in response to COVID. And that's my limited knowledge of the inner workings of the city and their ability to coordinate with staff. I don't doubt if we set them on a task, they would be able to complete it to a better ability than we would. I also think to some extent we got into a conversation about legislating Outlook calendars, which I don't think we need to do. I think the fact that Mr. Crawford reached out to the university in anticipation of this resolution demonstrates that a resolution like this isn't necessary because Mr. Crawford already satisfied parts of the goals of the resolution in that outreach. I think these personal connections and channels will serve us much better than official paper in the form of a resolution. And my last is that I think we need to trust Mr. Crawford. We've entrusted Mr. Crawford over the years with billions of taxpayer dollars in our budget. We've entrusted him to be the lead negotiator in multi-million-dollar real estate deals. Mr. Crawford plainly said that the most effective way that we can deliver a message is to deliver one unified message that balances all of our priorities with specific facts, plans, and requests that cut across multiple issues as opposed to popcorning when a specific topic comes up. And I don't think that a meeting over the next, scheduled in the next 6 weeks on a time-limited topic when we have a large stage, policy board to policy board, for the first time in years is the best way to use that stage.
Further discussion? Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Griswold.
Councilmember Griswold?
Yes.
Councilmember Lum?
Yes.
Councilmember Grand? Councilmember Grand?
Oh, I had it muted. No.
Councilmember Ackerman?
Yes.
Mayor Taylor?
Yes.
Councilmember Eaton?
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson?
Yes.
Councilmember Smith?
Yes.
Councilmember Renlawi?
Yes.
Councilmember Hayner?
Yes.
Councilmember Bannister?
Yes.
Motion carries.
DS5, resolution to conduct a 2020 budget priority citizen survey to inform development of the city's fiscal year 22 budget and fiscal year 23 financial plan. Moved by Councilmember Lum, seconded by Councilmember Eaton. Discussion, please, of DC5. Councilmember Lum.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This resolution is very straightforward. It's to conduct a second citizen survey of budget priorities to inform the upcoming budget cycle deliberations. The first survey was 2 years ago, and the input was valuable and utilized in shaping the budget and financial plan. Much has changed since then. The cost to conduct the survey is minimal, just $10,000 according to Mr. Horning, and the value of the updated information far exceeds the small cost to obtain it. Specifically, the resolution directs the city administrator to conduct a citizen survey of budget priorities similar in scope and content to the 2018 survey conducted by the National Research Center, with the target of having the results available in December or January, prior to the start of the budget work sessions. The resolution provides the administrator flexibility, but stipulates that, at a minimum, there should be specific priority assessments on specific budget categories, as well as ratings of city government performance. The resolution directs the administrator to report to council staff's recommendations on any changes to the 2018 survey, as well as cost and funding source, by the October 5th meeting so that council could, if necessary, make adjustments, but do so without any substantive delay. There are compelling reasons to ask residents what their budget and spending priorities are, and equally compelling reasons to conduct a survey update now. At the top of the list is the simple reality that a key element of an effective local government is aligning spending with the priorities of the citizens it serves. It is their money. Taxpayers should have the opportunity to let elected officials know how they prefer their tax dollars be spent. We value public engagement and community input on important matters, and budget and spending priorities certainly meets that standard. I brought this forward initially because I strongly believe we should, on a regular basis, touch base with citizens on their spending priorities. I continue to believe that. Now is the time to conduct the survey. The upcoming budget is the first year of the 2-year cycle where both the fiscal year 22 budget and fiscal year 23 financial plan will be adopted by council. having current information on community preferences would certainly be helpful in informing those discussions and decisions. Why do a second survey? The situation has changed significantly from 2018. We have the pandemic-related financial challenges. We are embarking on two major initiatives, affordable housing and climate action, and we have several new tax millage proposals either already on the ballot or being considered. Plus, like the National Cities Survey, which we do every 2 years, there is valuable insight to be gained by evaluating the survey trends over time and working with fresh data. The city is proceeding in implementing the priority-based budgeting approach, and that's great. Periodic survey of residents' priorities are consistent with and complement PBB. And it's important to understand that PBB does not have a tool that drills down on resident priorities to the degree this survey does. In talking with Mr. Crawford and Mr. Horning about this, they have indicated the costs are likely about $10,000, and the survey could be completed in time to help inform the upcoming budget deliberations. So bottom line, like with many decisions we make, it's a question of cost and benefit. In this case, the cost is very small, just $10,000, and I believe the value and benefit of the information is high. It's just hard for me to see how a council member would conclude it's not worth a small investment to ensure we have the community's current views on spending priorities to inform budget deliberations. I hope you will all agree, and thanks for your consideration.
Further discussion? Councilmember Grand?
Thank you. I didn't support this the first time around that we tried to do this, and I will not support it again this evening. Surveys are complicated about budget. I believe the city is committed to working towards priority-based budgeting, and I would rather see them move forward with those types of initiatives that really look at values, trade-offs. The surveys that we've done in the past about budgets, and the one that I believe is being proposed, is more of just kind of a tell us what you like to spend money on, and doesn't really take these priorities into context with the information that we have access to as policymakers, with the expert information from our staff. So I believe that it's really a waste of funds to just ask people to just blankly rank their priorities without context, which I think the last survey did, and I believe this one would be, we're just trying to replicate it, would do. So I think it's an insufficient instrument as one who will be taking all kinds of input into the next budget. I personally don't see the utility in this survey, so I respect where it's coming from, but I think there's just an overestimation of the value of this type of survey in informing our decisions. And I haven't really legislated by survey in the past, and I don't intend to going forward.
Councilmember Ramlawi.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor, and thanks to Councilmember Lum for bringing this forward. I appreciate this. I'll be supporting it just like I did in previous years. I think it's more important now than it was before. In fact, we are entering a long, protracted recession. We have a new council coming on board, 5 new members. This year, I don't think the newly elected officials got the opportunity most of us did with knocking on doors and talking to folks face to face and getting really honest answers to concerns that folks have. And I think this should just be served as an extra data point. I mean, I wouldn't base all my decisions from the results of this survey, but I do think it's a small investment, $10,000, $14,000 relative to a nearly $500 million budget. I don't see it being a significant cost when you look at all the money that is going to be spent in the 2-year cycle, which is close to $1 billion. So I will be supporting this, and I think it's, again, more valuable now than it's been before because of the pandemic and the lack of contact we have with our constituents. We can't meet with people as we normally did. And I think we're flying in the dark more than we used to.
Councilmember Smith.
You know, Councilmember Grand hit on a lot of points that I was going to make, namely that I think legislating by survey is kind of an abdication of leadership. I think it's our job to talk to people. And, you know, I think we just had a community conversation about priorities, and that was the election, and there were results of that. And I think that that is up to the new folks to figure that out and to set the policy and to develop a budget going forward. I think that we've argued about less money than this before. In fact, we've argued a little bit about it this evening. I just think that if Mr. Horning, is it a useful data point for you in developing the priority-based budgeting information? I don't see how it's not superfluous.
I just had a logistical question. If we were to approve the survey tonight, when would it actually roll out?
Mr. Crawford?
Mr. Horning's here to answer the questions on the survey.
Sure. Sorry, Mr. Horning, I appreciate that.
My pleasure. We've already reached out to the company that conducted the prior survey, and they said that they could replicate it relatively quickly at a low cost. I'm sure that we would need to review the survey itself and update it so it's asking timely questions and was pertinent to the situation today. So there may be a little bit of additional cost, but I would imagine that the timeline would be similar to the last one, which I think was about 2 months from start to end. So by the end of calendar year.
So, but when would it go out to residents? Or go up on the city's website?
It's probably too early to give you an exact date, but I would imagine around November 1st.
Okay, thank you. If it was going to be later, I might have a different response. Thanks.
Councilor Malone.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just to address a couple, and thank you for that, Mr. Horning. And thank you for doing the reaching out to the company that did this before the organization. Just to address a couple concerns, Councilmember Brand, this, and one of the whereas clauses that I wrote provided a little detail, referenced the detail that this would be solicit feedback from our taxpayer residents on spending on 57 specific budget categories like we did last time. For each category, we asked residents if they would increase, decrease, or keep spending about the same amount. There was a lot of context provided in the survey. And the survey also obtained citizen feedback on quality of life factors and considerations and on the city's local government performance. So it is more detailed and there is context provided. And then just to address, and I will say I knocked on hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of doors at a social distance and wearing a mask. And, you know, this kind of detail did not come up in those conversations. And people were very willing to share their feedback on all kinds of things. And I mean, just in terms of spending, other than, you know, I heard over and over again, fix the roads. There wasn't this kind of information that we have obtained previously and is important to update. I appreciate the Q&A response to a question that Councilmember Nelson asked, and it was pointed out that the PBB tool is different from a survey. And if any of you looked at the PBB feedback tool that was shown in Lawrence, Kansas material, it's just a feedback box. And surveys, on the other hand, so they do not substitute for PBB or any of its tools, but they generate complementary and supplemental and updated information. A survey does not make any assumptions in terms of what the priorities are. It starts with a clean sheet and essentially, again, asks taxpayers what their priorities are and what they deem essential. The survey mechanism, it's not put on the website. It was done, you know, scientifically last time. There were 2,000 people that participated. We got a lot of good feedback. And, you know, and again, this is asking folks if they would spend more or less the same on these various budget categories. And this isn't being done to see what would be cut, but rather see how how folks want their tax dollars spent. And again, it's, you know, and we know now that it can be done for about $10,000. So I think the cost benefit is clear and the value add is clear. And I appreciate that it can be done in a timely way. And thank you again, Mr. Horning, for the work you've done to reach out already in advance of tonight, as soon as you got this draft that I sent you, to see that it can be done and at a very low cost. Thank you.
Further discussion of the main motion? I'm going to be voting against this as I did previously. I think we're going to be engaged in priority-based budgeting, and I'm looking forward to that. I guess I don't think that this a public opinion survey of this nature provides sufficient context. And so, I expect it to pass. We'll receive the data, but I'm going to be looking to other measures as I make my decisions going forward. Further discussion? Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Griswold.
Councilmember Griswold?
Yes.
Councilmember Long?
Yes.
Councilmember Grand?
No.
Councilmember Ackerman?
Yes.
Mayor Taylor?
No.
Councilmember Eaton?
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson?
Yes.
Councilmember Smith?
No.
Councilmember Remlawi?
Yes.
Councilmember Hayner?
Yes.
Councilmember Bannister?
Yes.
Motion carries.
DC6, resolution to approve outdoor seating and live entertainment for Zalgaz Grotto 2070 West Stadium Boulevard until October 31, 2020 as a special event, moved by Councilmember Smith, seconded by Councilmember Remlawi. Discussion, please, of DC6.
I guess I'll go first. This is simply a request that many in our community are asking for, and in this case is a variance on the outdoor space at the Grotto on Stadium, and using more than 10% of their indoor square footage in their parking lot to hold events to socially distance and perform live music. They're asking for council consideration and support. Myself and my colleague, Councilmember Smith, have been asked and sponsored this, and hopefully he gets the support of council. The Grotto has been an institution in the Fifth Ward, been good neighbors and good stewards of culture and entertainment. And so hopefully, it gets unanimous support. I think it's well deserved.
Member Griswold.
I'm just wondering if there's any risk of disturbing the residents, because there are a number of residential properties behind this building, and if residents have been consulted.
Mr. Crawford.
I have staff who can. I was not engaged on this topic, and I've got some staff I think I can get to answer that question. Just a moment, please.
The stage is going to be facing away from the residents towards the former dealership, so the sound is going to be projected away from the neighborhood and towards a vacant lot. But I can hope maybe staff can explain more.
Sorry, Jackie, do you see the staff member here?
Sorry about that. I thought I moved her over. Oh, here she comes.
And Brett can help if she's not available.
Ms. Leo? Welcome.
Hello, Council. I understand there's a question about the neighbors. Yes?
Yes.
Yes, if there would be any noise complaints from allowing this, and I do want to support it, but I want to make sure that we're not going to get complaints.
That was a question that I specifically asked to the manager of the Grotto. He has not received any complaints from his neighbors, and they actually, I believe they've had a couple events already. I did also check with the zoning administrator and the managers of the C-Click Fix, as well as the customer service, and and the building department. And there have been no complaints filed this summer or any past year.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor and Council, I would just add that this provides no exception from the city's typical noise ordinances as well.
Thank you. Further discussion? Councilmember Bannister.
I'm going to be supporting this resolution, and I actually know of other businesses who would like to be similarly brought forward so that they could use more of this area surrounding them for social distancing. So stay tuned for more on this method.
Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? It is approved. DC 7, resolution to end the Healthy Streets Initiative outside of the downtown, moved by Councilmember Ramlawi, seconded by Councilmember Lum. Discussion, please, of DC 7.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. I'm sorry.
I was just recognizing you.
Thank you. Well, this is obviously a source of controversy, and this program that's being discussed right now first was brought to council in June. It's postponed until July. A decision in July was made to go forward with this part of a series of street closures this summer, and this obviously just pertains to 3 segments that lie outside of the DDA district, a portion that we've already talked about earlier today during the consent agenda. I did not support it back in July because I was concerned of safety and engineering and timing and costs, and I just feel those concerns are valid, and they've been echoed by many constituents throughout Ann Arbor and the region for that matter, because it's not just Ann Arbor residents who are using these roads, but it's also people coming in and out of Ann Arbor. And as we know, there's pre-pandemic 80,000 commuters coming into our city each day. So that being said, I'm hoping to get council support tonight to bring an end to a part of this Healthy Street initiatives that has led to essentially displacing the dangers and hazards of being on the roadways. Sure, we've made some parts of the transportation system safer and slower, but it's like a balloon. We squeeze it one area and it just has been displaced into other parts of neighborhoods and streets. And we have reports of aggressive driving, people cutting through neighborhoods, in addition to other erratic, aggressive behavior by drivers. And it's not just a response to that that I'm bringing this forward. It's also based on the timing. This was approved and discussed during the height of the pandemic, when the bus services were reduced, where traffic counts were lower, where weather was nicer. It wasn't deployed until after, I believe, Labor Day, and the clock started then for 90 days. And since then, K through 12 for private schools has gone back in person. The AAATA, most private schools, many private schools are in person. And the AAATA has resumed most of their normal services. The weather is changing, daylight is changing, and besides that, the deployment of this program has fallen short of expectations. It's led to major confusion for people on the roads, whether they're cyclists or motorists. Many people don't even know what these things are for. And it's causing extreme confusion, which is I think, dangerous. You know, we've heard of people being late to work. We've heard of people being late to appointments. You know, there is no Vision Zero expert in on the conversation and in on the design. And now the budget has been blown, and it's unfortunate, but you know, I can't take responsibility for that because I didn't approve it to begin with. But now we're spending $45,000 on a program that has grown to be controversial and frustrating for many. And thankfully, to this point, no one's been hurt that I know of because of it. But I'm concerned of that. So I'd like to ask staff if it's possible. We did get some information today on some feedback, but it didn't give us a whole lot of information. There was just a couple dates and times selected. I don't think it was comprehensive enough to draw any kind of conclusions, whether it's for or against this program. The information we received today from staff was incomplete. What about the timing for fire and police, and whether we have any information on whether our services for fire and police have been affected with these lane reductions?
Jackie, I'm going to ask you that you promote in Raymond Hess. And in the interim, I will, well, Raymond is.
Oh, they're actually here. They just don't have their video on.
All right, there we go. Raymond, you heard the question about fire and police.
Yeah, so we did reach out to fire. There was a concern about one of the neighborhood slow street deployments, in particular on Chapin. And that we've asked the contractor to address by pulling the barricade back. I haven't had a specific conversation about, you know, emergency response, but I would think that there is, and again, I'm also not an emergency responder, so I don't want to speak for them, but I would think that the lane closure, because it's just barricaded with cones and barrels, in the worst case scenario, if there's a traffic backup, they could actually pull into that lane closure to get by if the need presented itself, because those closures are still accessible. I don't know if there have been any delays to response time. We haven't been able to ascertain that yet. Again, these are just in for just over a week. They went in the last part of the week prior. So you're right, the data we provided in the memo that went out today is incomplete. Our data collection was always programmed to occur in October. And so, you know, we kind of scrambled and tried to do some travel time runs and tried to assess the impact to the traffic that was occurring, just so we could see if adjustments could be made in this first week. But you're absolutely right. Our data collection isn't robust. It was what we could do with the resources we had at hand at the time. And so we are scheduled to do some more robust data collection in October. So, you know, we have tried to make some adjustments to improve some of the traffic considerations. So in the memo that was distributed today, you know, our observation is, and you know, hopefully many of you can anecdotally confirm this, the morning rush hour, or what we call the AM peak, has pretty much dissipated during the pandemic. That there isn't as much morning rush hour because most schools are not in session, because many people are telecommuting. The morning rush hour is not what it used to be, especially pre-pandemic levels. We are seeing the PM peak hour, or the evening rush hour, start to pick up. Admittedly, traffic volumes in the PM peak are around 75% of what they were pre-pandemic. So there is an impact to the evening rush hour. I'm not going to deny it. And quite frankly, we never said there was never going to be any impact to traffic. Our interpretation of the mandate that council gave us was, you know, to create bicycle pedestrian facilities for safe social distancing. We were monitoring traffic as part of that deployment. And we feel like we faithfully executed what council approved. But if the trade-off that we're seeing today is unacceptable, obviously that's, you know, council's prerogative to scale that back to whatever extent they deem appropriate.
I appreciate you being here to answer those questions. And yeah, this was a council directive. I don't fault staff for any of this. They're just doing what council has asked for. And I would like to follow up later to have some information on response times for emergency vehicles. I think that's important. I think it's something that has not been discussed enough, and it should be collected with the data that's being collected currently.
Councilor Nelson.
Thank you. I have some questions for Mr. Hess. You said that you anticipate data collection in October. Do you have a timeline for when you might have data?
In terms of when we'd be ready to
Yeah, like a more specific timeline.
Well, we're trying to coordinate the data collection exercise with the DDA because we want the timeframes to be fairly synchronized. So then that way the DDA's deployment went out about a week before the areas outside of the DDA. And so typically it's pretty standard practice to let things quote unquote normalize before you go out and do another data collection point. And so that's why we were going to give it several weeks for things to normalize before we went out. We're hoping to do the data collection in the first or second week of October, and then synthesize that and then produce that in a report that we could share with council. I haven't coordinated a commitment with DDA, but you know, if you give us a directive in terms of when you would like to see that back, we can shoot to hit that target.
I appreciate that. I will just comment that I'm somewhat conflicted about this because I have biked these areas and I was underwhelmed, I guess, but I am sympathetic to the fact that you are so early in the process that, or in having implemented, that you are still tweaking it and making changes. And so I guess I'm thinking in terms of postponing to a date that is a little more realistic in terms of us having some feedback or giving you opportunities to adjust it. That's where my thinking is right now. I noticed that we have a meeting on the 19th of October. I'm curious if we postpone to that date, do you think that by then you might have tweaked it or have a little bit more data? I mean, like I said, I biked these areas and I was just sort of astonished at how much real estate that I had all by myself. Or, you know, I mean, that's concerning to me because I don't think that we can, well, if we're theoretically dedicating our roadways for the purpose of social distancing, the hope would be that people are occupying that space. At least that would be my hope if that's the stated goal. At any rate, Mr. Hess, what is October 19th? What do you think could be achieved if you were having this discussion again on October 19th?
Yeah, we can definitely shoot for that to provide you information. You know, I think we could definitely have a discussion with the emergency responders by then in terms of if they're seeing any, delays as a result of these for emergency response. We already have a pending request in to the AAATA to ask if any of their travel time runs have, or I'm sorry, any of their schedule or on-time performance has suffered along these corridors. And so we can start to, compile that information. I can't promise that we'll have everything, but we can definitely share what we have available. And then the counters that we control, we can try to set those in early October. So then that way, presenting those to you by October 19th seems reasonable to me.
All right, thank you. I'm interested in hearing what others have to say. Thanks.
Councilor Lowe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, I'd like to thank Councilmember Ramlawi for bringing this forward. It takes a lot of courage to propose reversing course on any action, let alone one involving the prevailing dogma and the conventional wisdom in Ann Arbor like this. And I admire that kind of courage. So thank you, Councilmember Ramlawi. I did not support these temporary healthy street pilots in July, but when they passed, I figured we'd just wait to see what happens and then react. And I can say that based on the public feedback we've received, which has been predominantly negative, I agree it's time to make a mid-course adjustment, and that's what this resolution does, and I will be supporting it. It unwinds the healthy street pilot at 3 locations outside downtown where there's been a good bit of negative feedback on Platt, Broadway, and South Main. The pilots would continue at the other outside downtown locations and at all the downtown locations. I think that's a very reasonable approach. And to be honest, the vast majority of feedback I've received on these temporary healthy street pilots has been negative, and I've heard from folks that that all the barricades and barrels are really unattractive and they create a lot of confusion. That in many locations they're not being used by a significant number of pedestrians and cyclists as expected. And I will just say on this whole data collection, and in the memo that we got today, you said we're going to be doing more data collection in October. If this is to inform, I appreciate that Councilmember Nelson said theoretically it's for safe social distancing. I'm not convinced that this isn't a pilot to see if this can be done permanently. I'll just say it. And if this is to inform any kind of permanent recommendations, council will need normal ADT numbers, average daily trips, during normal times for vehicles, for pedestrians, and bicyclists on these routes. Because to collect data right now and to take counts during the pandemic, I think that data is meaningless. I think it's absolutely utterly meaningless because it's not typical, and I think making recommendations based on that data is not going to be informative in the ways that you need to that mirrors normal circumstances. I've also heard that the lack of signage compounds the confusion, leads to unsafe conditions, and that this disrupts traffic flow and diverts traffic as vehicles find alternate routes. And we've seen that unintended consequence play out, typically with roads that are under construction. Vehicles find another route, and often it's through a neighborhood, and we're getting reports from residents that that's happening here. They're seeing more traffic on their neighborhood streets because people are looking for alternate routes. At the same time, I do understand staff's argument that the pilot should be continued so the complete data can be collected and analyzed. Again,
We're at 3:30.
I'll wrap up. That this data, and I'll only talk once, that this data should be contextualized because it's not taken collected at a normal time. I see the resolution as a compromise and a reasonable way forward. It continues the large majority of healthy street pilots, but eliminates the 3 that have proven to be very problematic. And that makes sense to me. And I think pilots are pilots for a reason. Some work out well, some need adjustments, and others just don't work. So thank you again, Councilmember Lowry, for your courage in bringing this forward. And I also appreciate your revising it to what we're considering tonight, which I am happy to support. Thanks.
Councilmember Hayner.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Some of what I was going to speak to has been asked already. I guess, I'm willing to let what I think a somewhat ill-conceived or ill-executed plan play out for this notion of data collection. But I guess it's not clear, and I don't know if it needs to be addressed in this public meeting or if it can be sent to me privately or all of us after the meeting. But what exactly is the data we're searching for? Do we have cameras up counting users? Do we have cameras up counting pedestrians, cyclists? Outside of I'm less concerned about. Well, not less concerned. I guess I'm equally concerned with the delay. we have these suggested delays for vehicle traffic, and we say, well, so that's only 3 seconds, 8 seconds, 2 minutes, whatever that is. That's one thing. That's one type of data to collect. More important is, are these being used? Do they serve a value to the community in the location, in the style that they are? Would, can we get data that tells us that, well, perhaps if this was more permanent fixture with bollards instead of barrels, and entrance and egress signage and proper striping and so on, would it work better? And if we think we can get that kind of data out of it, I'm perfectly willing to let this project go forward. But if we can, and if it's going to be a feeble attempt, and then there's going to be a scramble on the back end to prove that these were a success somehow, which I suspect is the notion, then I'll join some of my colleagues in just putting a merciful end to this. So I guess I'm concerned what type of data are we seeking and letting it go forward? Are we going to get the results we want, or is just let's just let her rip, which is okay with me too. Just if there's some value in it. I have overwhelmingly received, like many of you, I suspect, negative comments on it, and that has been my general observation out in the public too. What in the world did you get us into, is what I hear a lot. So I'm sure you know that also. Thank you.
Councilmember Eaton.
So I have a question for Mr. Hess. The data collection that you want to do in October, if we extended this resolution, it currently calls for ending this project by October 2nd. If we extended that to the 16th, would that give you sufficient time to collect the data that you intend to collect?
Yes, I believe we could probably meet.
Could you repeat that, Mr. Hess? You kind of closed down.
Sorry, all of you froze, so I assumed I did as well. My apologies. Yes, no, I believe October 16th, if that's council's desire to report back to you on, data, we can start the data collection in early October. That was always our hope to do that anyway, and so we can synthesize that information and get that back to you.
So let me ask it a different way. When could you collect the data?
Well, I think with I think there's a coordination question, trying to make sure that our efforts with the city are coordinated with those of the DDA. They would have to program, I think they have a sub-consultant who's doing counts on the corridor, so we need to coordinate that with them. So I think, a week or two to just do that level of coordination and get the counters out in the field feels reasonable to me. We're approaching the end of September now, so I think, a week from now we could hopefully have everything lined up so that the counts could occur in that first week of October. I think that could be a possibility.
Okay. Based on that information, I would move to amend the resolve clause. It currently provides for October 2nd. I would amend that to October 9th, and that would give them enough time to collect the data that they want to collect.
If I could jump in, I think Raymond may have been a little optimistic and not allowed himself a week for consultants or equipment, etc. issues. I feel we should be pushing a week further out if council would consider that.
So you're suggesting October 16th?
Yes.
I would move to change October 2nd to October 16th.
Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Smith. Is that friendly to the body?
No.
All right. Councilmember Eaton, you still have the floor.
Okay. So I originally supported this experiment. Like Councilmember Nelson, I've gone out and bicycled all three of these particular routes and found them to be horrific. And the feedback I get from residents has indicated to me that I'm not alone in my assessment of that. On the other hand, I want staff to have actually the opportunity to collect the data so that this experiment can be a learning experience and not just leave us all arguing among ourselves as to whether this was good or not. So that's why I offered the amendment. I will support it in either form.
Further discussion of the amendment? I've got Grand, Malawi, and Griswold, and Nelson on the amendment. Councilmember Grant.
Thank you. I just don't know if we've already paid for this and we can give staff as much time as they need to collect the data they can in the most rigorous way possible, why we're truncating this. It just doesn't make sense to me. If the whole point of a pilot program is to rigorously test the pilot, and we've already decided earlier this evening that we're paying for said infrastructure, why wouldn't we give staff as much time as they need? Right? We could have inclement weather. We could, there are all sorts of, as Mr. Hebe said, we're working with contractors. One of them could get sick, and have to delay, who knows? But we've already delayed this project so many times, and it's amazing. It's like I'm in the Twilight Zone sometimes that we can't even acknowledge that the reason why this is happening so late in the season is because the project was delayed multiple times. But we're here, we've put the money into it, we've made the investment to go forward, and I do want to just call it this idea that staff would somehow be cooking those numbers is really unfair. So I want to give them as much time as they need to do this project, and so I want to be supporting the amendment, and I certainly won't be supporting anything other than continuing the project as stands.
Councilmember Ramlawi.
Thank you. I won't be supporting the amendment. I agree with Councilmember Lum that the data that we're going to be collecting is not under normal circumstances. I'm not sure what the quality, the worth of that data is, with all due respect. It just for that reason and a few others, I just think, it's a quality of life issue for many folks who don't have the comforts of working from home and living nearby with that. I think it is very punitive for the working class, for the working poor, who have to come from the east side, from the lower income levels, to come into work to serve the food and do the work that a thriving civilization requires. And I think those folks are feeling it the most. They're the ones who are stressed out. This is very stressful times for many people. And I think there's a disconnect with some members of this body and the average working stiff. When you're working your tail off and you're stuck in traffic and you're looking around and there isn't a cyclist around. And if there is, many times it's on the sidewalk. It's on the non-motorized path on Packard. That's where I saw bicyclists yesterday. So I think, the road to hell is not only laid with good intentions, it's also laid with orange barrels. and I think it's okay as to recognize the mistakes and say, you know what, it's not worth it. Cut your losses and improve the quality of life for many people. Many of those are the working class, the working poor.
Councilmember Griswold.
Yeah, I think we're forgetting what the purpose of this project was, and it was to improve pedestrian and cycling safety. And I have a question regarding the data. Will we be collecting data on Ashley Street and some of the streets that run parallel with Packard, where we're getting reports of additional traffic and speeding traffic?
No, I don't believe that's currently anticipated. It's hard for us to know. So we have baseline data for the pilot projects. But since we don't have corresponding baseline data for any of those secondary streets or adjoining streets, there would be no way to compare the before and after to know how much of that traffic is spillover or whatever the case may be. So there's not.
Oh, okay. Given that that is my top priority, because I believe that we have taken connector streets and created some pedestrian and cycling infrastructure for those connector streets, at the same time, we have made it less safe on these other streets. When you live on a neighborhood street, when you're walking, when you let your children cross that street, and suddenly you have connector level traffic on your neighborhood street, that's a real problem. And if that's that we really need to be collecting, that's the unintended consequences of this pilot that should have been programmed in. And I hate to say it again, and I'll apologize for my tone. We have a transportation team that does not have a professional engineer with Vision Zero expertise. Based on what I've seen, we do not have an engineer with any human factors expertise. And so what we have right now is a pleasant sounding Healthy Streets project that is actually extremely dangerous in our neighborhoods. And I've looked at other healthy streets and slow streets, and I've never seen the type of configuration and confusion that I'm seeing in Ann Arbor. And I'll just give you one example. If you're coming down Swift Street, approaching Broadway, there are barricades and barrels in the right turn lane. So everyone must be in the left turn lane. A lot of backup. But what's worse than that is that the cyclists aren't in the turn lane, and if they are, they're in danger. But you're looking, and what you see is a sign on the side of the road that shows 2 lanes of traffic, a right turn lane and a left turn lane. You look at the pavement, and what you see is a right turn arrow painted on the roadway. But you have a couple of barrels, but there's a lot of space in between the barrels. So do you move over? Do you not move over? We've got enough feedback on this project to realize that before we attempt this again, we have to consider the unintended consequences, and we have to add some additional expertise to our transportation team.
Councilmember Nelson.
I have a question. Are we still discussing Councilmember Eaton's suggestion to amend the date of this to October 16th?
We are. Thank you for that reminder to myself.
Okay. I just want to say that I'm not going to support this amendment because I am more interested in revisiting this discussion once staff has an opportunity to tweak strategies on these thoroughfares. And I do want to validate the complaints that we've heard from residents because, again, I visited these locations and it's early days. I'm just not seeing what I would have hoped to have seen. But I want to give this time to play out. And so I am not going to support this amendment. I would much rather revisit this discussion and not have set an end date right now. Thanks.
On the amendment, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Smith on the amendment.
I'll save my comments for the main discussion.
Councilmember Bannister on the amendment.
I'm trying to figure, this is for Platt, Broadway, and South Main. How did we pick those 3? What about, we've also got a lot of complaints on Chapin and Sunset.
Can I ask you to bring that comment back when the amendment is completed? Thank you. Further discussion of the amendment. Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Griswold. Amendment to October 16.
Councilmember Griswold?
No.
Councilmember Lum?
No.
Councilmember Grand?
No.
Councilmember Ackerman?
No.
Mayor Taylor?
Yes.
Councilmember Eaton?
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson?
No.
Councilmember Smith?
Yes.
Councilmember Runlawi?
No.
Councilmember Hayner?
Yes.
Councilmember Bannister?
No.
Motion fails.
Further discussion of the main motion? Councilmember Griswold.
I will be supporting the main motion. And it really, really disturbs me that an intelligent community like Ann Arbor would be having a pilot project where we do not consider the unintended consequences. The most alarming and emotional communications that I received were from people who live on neighborhood streets, and they had additional traffic and speeding. 45 miles an hour down Ashley is not acceptable. And something like that needs to be addressed immediately. We don't need additional time. If someone is seriously injured or killed while we're doing this academic exercise, we will have to live with that. And let me just give you a couple of facts. Our pedestrian crash rate went up 25% in 2019. None of that was due to my voting against some pedestrian infrastructure, because none of it would have been scheduled in. The state of Michigan's pedestrian crash rate peaked in 2015. It has been relatively flat since then. We have a major problem. Again, we need greater expertise in terms of engineering. We've agreed to that. We approved it in the budget over a year ago. It hasn't happened, and so we continue to do these projects that are extremely dangerous, are ill-conceived, and now we want to collect additional data when we know that we have a problem.
Councilmember Nelson.
I would like to move to amend this or I guess I'm not amending it. I would like to move to postpone this to the October 19th meeting.
Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Ackerman. Can I suggest that we all have our opinions about that and we should just go forward and vote? But perhaps Councilmember Nelson, do you wish to say why you want to do this?
No, I just want us to revisit this conversation so we can have the data and discuss it and give staff time to tweak it and improve it however they think they can make the best of it. I suspect that our conversation will be similar on the 19th, but I want to give staff room to make this work.
Is there anyone who needs to speak to this postponement? Councilmember Griswold.
For the record, I want to state very clearly that we are not collecting data on the neighborhood streets that we are negatively impacting.
Further discussion of the postponement. Councilmember Lum.
Just on that data collection point, we never do. I'm not justifying it. When, for example, the lane reduction proposal for Green Road came up, I asked if we were looking at impacts on everything from Nixon to some other streets, and the city indicated, no, we weren't. We don't do that. And that is critical information because there's no question that this traffic is diverted and impacts other streets. We saw that most clearly with and I was guilty of looking for other alternate routes when a significant stretch of Huron was down last year for construction. There were days sometimes when it was backed up. There I am trying to get to City Hall from, I'm not kidding you, the CCRB to City Hall and beyond. So if you went through the old Fourth Ward, it was bumper to bumper in that neighborhood on various streets. And we see how this plays out. That data is critical. And again, the data collected during the pandemic is pretty meaningless because it doesn't reflect normal conditions at all. And we've already spent 110 out of pocket on these programs. Again, noting that it doesn't include staff costs. Bravo, Councilmember Ramlawi, for doing this. Bravo to your spot on comments that you articulated earlier. And this is impacting, also why I don't think we should postpone this. It is impacting a lot of our essential workers who have to commute in and out of town. And I received, I'm sure we all did, emails from people expressing that very point. And that's something we need to appreciate. And because there are some folks who can't telecommute, and this has impacted them significantly. Thanks.
The discussion, the postponement. If you want to raise your physical hands, I've got a queue that I don't want to mess with. Is anybody that needs to speak on the postponement? Councilmember Smith.
Yeah, I just want to point out that we hear this a lot at this council table from multiple council members. You know, all of our engineering staff knows what it takes to get to zero fatalities, and it's to make cars go slower. And they all know how to do that. I think the unquestionable thing that I've learned in the last 2 years is that people think that you can do both, have a completely car dependent culture in which people drive as fast as they need to get places just in time, and a safe, healthy pedestrian and cycling environment. Those two things cannot coexist. And I think the problem is not expertise, it's political. And it's not being able to say, it's okay for this corridor to take 2 minutes longer to get through during peak PM rush hour. You know, I would like to say, Mr. Hess, you guys did a great job of pulling together some data at the last minute to try and help this conversation. I really appreciate the work that you and your team have done. It's been very challenging, I know, but it's high quality stuff. That's what I got. Thanks.
Further discussion of the postponement. Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Griswold.
Councilmember Griswold?
No.
Councilmember Lum?
No.
Councilmember Grand?
Yes.
Councilmember Ackerman?
Yes.
Mayor Taylor?
Yes.
Councilmember Eaton?
No.
Councilmember Nelson?
Yes.
Councilmember Smith?
Yes.
Councilmember Rumlawi?
No.
Councilmember Hayner?
Yes.
Councilmember Bannister?
No.
Motion carries.
PC8, resolution to approve and accept a grant from the Center for Tech and Civic Life for the city's safe voting plan application, appropriate funding in the amount of $417,268. Moved by Councilmember Ackerman, seconded by Councilmember Grand. Discussion, please, of DC8. I think I've got Councilmember Rumlawi and then Lum on the queue. Is that for the old queue or the new queue?
No.
Councilmember Rumlawi?
I just wanted to congratulate Ms. Beaudry and staff on this. What an exceptional award to be given. Really a huge figure, almost $500,000 to help our election process here in 2020. And it's just really a major accomplishment. And really thank you. You're worth your weight in gold. So appreciate the work that you and others did in order to secure these funds to help this election as seamless as possible under extraordinary difficult times.
Councilmember Lum?
That's exactly why I raised my hand. Thank you, Councilmember Rumlawi. Just want to congratulate and thank Ms. Beaudry and her team for taking the time to apply. And for obviously preparing a very solid request. $417,000 is a lot of money, and job greatly done, Ms. Beaudry and your team. So thank you very much for acquiring this grant. I know the money will be put to important and good use. So thank you for your great work.
Thank you.
Councilmember Hayner?
Oh, yeah, thanks. I guess I'll follow on that praise. And then I just, I saw in your description of what, in the memorandum, what is going to be spent on, which are all very to the point. When we talk about these ballot drop boxes, I understand we're opening that satellite office and there'll be some opportunities for ballot drop boxes at other locations than the 2 entrances of City Hall and so on. Is that all prior to the election, or is there an opportunity for, I think we talked about this a little bit when we run into each other the other day, that I had in my head that we would really facilitate this notion of avoiding the concern of mail-in, but not having to go in to vote by having a ballot drop box at each polling location on the day of the of voting. So you could take your election day and walk over there and put it in the drop box instead of having to go inside, and then they'd get collected by the election workers. So there wouldn't be that constant security issue. I mean, is increasing election day access also part of this, or I'm just curious?
The ballot drop boxes, in addition to the indoor box at the University of Michigan Museum of Art, at the satellite office, and at City Hall, we're getting 5 new like postal box grade, high quality outdoor boxes, and those will be strategically placed around the city at city-owned facilities. Just to clarify, they'll be picked up and tabulated at the absent voter counting board. By law, we cannot tabulate absentee ballots at the polling places. So logistically, we couldn't have 53 boxes, one at every polling place, because we would still need to collect those and bring them back to City Hall for tabulation. So the boxes are throughout the regions of the city, the west side, the south side, northeast side, and southwest. And so that depending on where residents live, or if they want to come downtown to City Hall, but there's a drop box nearby to each neighborhood, but it would not be, and they're open until 8 p.m. on election day. And then in addition to that, one of the other things with the additional funding we were able to do is the new envelopes that are going out this week to voters. We have over 30,000 requests already in, and those envelopes are postage paid return. So in addition to the drop boxes, those voters who've requested ballots early do have the option to just drop it right back in the mailbox, and we will pick up the postage.
Do you have a sense, Ms. Beaudry, as to when we will be able to identify the location of the 5 physical drop boxes?
We've already identified them, and plans are in place for concrete pads going in. We've not announced them only because the boxes are not yet here in Ann Arbor and not yet installed. And so we don't want to confuse people looking for a box before it's there. So as soon as they arrive at the Wheeler Center, we have Public Works ready to put them in place, and then we will get a press release out that they're available for voters.
Is it essentially one in each ward?
Basically, yes. They're geographically located with city-owned facilities, parks or fire stations, that type of thing. There will be 5 of them in addition to the one on Central Campus for the university community.
Well, thank you. I think it's, let us never turn our back on grant monies unless it's some kind of horrible string attached to it. So I appreciate the effort that went into this.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'd like to echo my colleagues. Thanks and hearty congratulations as well. Obviously, we care about about a little more than getting out the vote this cycle. Voting is fundamental to successful government, and it's gratifying to know that our staff up and down the line is so focused on making sure that we're able to do it and do it right here in Ann Arbor. So thank you. Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? It is approved with 11 council members present, all voting in the affirmative, thus satisfying the 8-vote requirement. DB1, resolution to approve the Wade annexation, 0.4 acres, 559 Riverview Drive. Moved by Councilmember Lum, seconded by Councilmember Ramlawi. Discussion, please, of DB1. Councilmember Lum.
Very quickly, the site is on the north side of Getty's, east of Riverview. This is a garden variety annexation, and the property is now in the city's water and sewer district, thanks to the utilities completing these connections and building the needed water and sewer infrastructure along Geddes and then Riverview. So thank you for your support. These folks, I know these residents have been waiting a long time for the infrastructure, and again, it's a garden variety annexation. Thank you.
Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? It's approved. DB2, resolution to approve 841 Broadway PUD Site Plan and Development Agreement, 841 Broadway, moved by Councilmember Lowy, seconded by Councilmember Smith. Discussion, please, of DB2. Councilmember Ackerman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is the second transformative development in front of us tonight. Again, this being a unique night in that way. The Broadway site sits at the base of the Broadway Bridge. For decades, these 14 acres of land were some of the dirtiest and most polluted in the county. This was home to a coal gasification plant where one of the dirtiest energy sources on Earth was burned and dumped. Now the Roxbury Group, in partnership with DTE, is putting forward a very different vision and has partnered with the broader community and neighborhood and the city in a really positive way. On the first 6 acres, they seek to build a truly mixed-use neighborhood, complete with residential, hotel, riverfront restaurant, and a river walk connecting to our broader park system. And the architecture, site planning, and building materials are better than 95% of what we usually see. The other 8 acres are even more exciting, at least to me. The community will get a massive publicly accessible park that will include a large green space, ice rink, waiting area, kayak launch, music pavilion, and pedestrian bridge to Argo Pond. Finally, the other public benefits are noteworthy as well. They will be contributing $2 million to build public affordable housing elsewhere, and will continue the environmental cleanup, which began in 2012. So I'll be glad to support this as I've supported it at other readings, and as this council has seen the wisdom in supporting it at previous readings as well.
Councilmember Hayner.
Oh, yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Well, as you may have, I didn't support this when we brought this forward before because I think it's inappropriate to build in the middle of the river. As we heard from a caller, a nonprofit group, this First Street organization, has done their own mapping and their potential of the flood. And if you compare their Washtenaw County only, FEMA says there's 1,868 or 1.5% of the properties in Washtenaw County are subject to a catastrophic flooding. This independent scientific group, this First Street group, says that 5,395 or 4.4%, almost 3 times more, are subject to catastrophic flooding. So there's a big difference there. And I remember when, I'm not quite that old, but you may recall when LBJ announced the war on poverty. I mean, I was like 4 or whatever. And then when they all started to get to work on it, we realized that the statistics for poverty in this nation were much, much higher than the government understood them to be. And I believe that's the case with our stormwater and our concerns for flooding. And, we basically have a war on flooding coming here. And we even recognize that with our 820 plan. And we're not gonna win that war by building in the middle of the river. Now, I know that compared to Lower Town, this is a joy to behold, but that's a hollow comparison. We follow our own rules. There's not going to be a full cleanup at this site. It's still going to be one of the dirtiest sites in the city. It's just going to be capped with housing. There's flooding concerns. There's many people have spoken and pleaded with us to not destroy the natural area, the sight lines in the proximity of that. Putting an 8-story hotel 20 feet from the river isn't going to do anything for that. There's still many permits that are required, floodplain permits and so on by Eagle. Now, my notion would be to say, get all your permits in order and come back and ask then. And I know that FEMA has already given them a letter of map revision, but the fact that somebody suggests that the historic line of the Huron, center line of the Huron River should not be where the maps have shown it forever, basically right through this development. I'm not satisfied with that answer, that drawing a line on the map changes the nature of this location. And it's awesome, but they should clean it up fully, and we should not be building in the middle of the river. When our stormwater folks tell us that, every cubic foot of volume that sits in this potential floodway is a cubic foot of water that is displaced elsewhere, that should concern us when we're talking about a $75 million worth of cubic feet of development. It's a lot, and it's too much to go in the middle of the river. I'm sorry. I know it's inevitable. You guys all jumped on it the first time, but I can't support it. I'm gonna vote for the respecting our river and our natural areas here.
Councilmember Ron Maui.
Thank you. I have a slightly different take on this than my colleague in the First Ward has. I know there are some issues that will remain, will not be a complete cleanup, but I don't want the perfection be the enemy of good here. We have a site that's been long neglected. This is our best chance of doing something with this site, or we're going to look at what we're looking at now for another generation to come. Not have any housing, not have any additional cleanup, not having $2 million in the affordable housing fund, not having tax money coming from it, not putting money towards fixing the dams to a higher level. We lose out on a lot of things, and I think it would be unwise for us to vote this down or not accept what we have here. We have a developer who's worked with the community extensively. The community has had much praise for the way they've been treated in this process. And so I will be supporting this and look forward to this site being activated and folks actually living there, and $2 million coming in the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. That's what I'm looking for. And on top of that, I will just say that since Jerry, Jerry's not here, but these buildings are being built to the 500-year flood protections, not the 100. So correct me if I'm wrong. I know staff is here, but this is being built to the 500-year criteria, not the 100-year that's often used to develop with. So again, more reason to why we should be saying yes.
Councilmember Lum.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I pretty much concur with everything Councilmember Lowy just had to say eloquently. I am excited to see this project back before us tonight, and I will certainly be supporting it. I'm especially pleased to see that the site plan proposed tonight is virtually identical to the area plan council endorsed last July. Approving just an area plan in conjunction with the zoning was a concern a year ago that and to the developer's credit, has proven to be unfounded. I've not been able to say this about a lot of development projects recently, but there's much to like with this one, and various points about the positives have been made. This project does result in a massive transformation of a contaminated, blighted, vacant site at a very visible location in our city it's a genuine mixed-use development, and it'll be a feature location and destination. I'm certain of that. The cleanup of the contamination at the site goes beyond what DTE was required to do. There is a significant tax abatement and brownfield plan for that purpose, but after the 13-year abatement period, an incremental $2.1 million of property taxes will be generated. and that includes about $600,000 to the city. Again, the project is a genuine mixed-use project, not one in name only, with almost 100 units of housing, 148-room hotel, 8,000 square feet of retail space. But I think what really makes this project unique and special is its open space. Its featuring of the river and the creation of recreational amenities. There are 6 contiguous areas of open space, and there will be an ice rink, pavilion, interactive water feature, non-motorized watercraft launch area, as well as a potential canoe kayak rental area operated by Ann Arbor Parks and Rec. And I think most importantly, this is not one of those projects where the amenities are exclusively for the use of its residents and guests, but will largely be open to the public. That's very exciting. And I believe this will become a destination site for both residents and visitors. The 100 units of housing are not affordable housing, but as it's been noted, in lieu of providing the affordable housing on site, the developer is making a contribution of over $2 million to the Affordable Housing Fund. Obviously, that's also very significant. And as with any development of this magnitude, there are concerns about the adequacy of on-site parking and traffic impacts. The project includes a total of almost 500 parking spaces contained in a parking structure, and the surface lots including 50 spaces dedicated to open space and recreation users. I think that should be adequate. In terms of the traffic impacts, there will be a new traffic signal added and turn lane, but the bridge, it has been determined, does not need to be structurally changed, and that's very good news. The incremental traffic will result in vehicle traffic delays that average about 5 seconds.
Councilmember, you're at 3:30.
Okay, I'm good. I'm finishing up. Could be as much as 45 seconds. So I think in view of those reasonable trade-offs, those are worth making to realize all of the benefits of this project. So again, I'm excited to see this tonight, and I will be supporting it enthusiastically.
Councilmember Grand.
Thank you. I won't repeat what's already been said, but I just want to express my thanks to the group that's bringing this forward. This really is what I hope will be a turning point in enabling us to have a true waterfront and help us also make improvements on North Main, get connectivity. It's such a critical piece. And many years ago, I sat on the North Main Task Force and the subcommittee for the DTE site, and we sketched out what we wanted public space to look like as part of that report. And it looks better than we could have even imagined at that time, but still has some of the critical elements that were so important to the park system then and continue to be relevant today. So I couldn't be happier that this is going forward tonight, and look forward to not only these changes, but how it will really activate what has been a problematic entrance to our city. So I hope, I look forward to us having an exciting waterfront in the future.
Councilmember Heener.
Yeah, since this is my ward, and I've lived within a mile of this for the last 35 years or more. I just want to point out a couple inconsistencies in our council as a body, our logic as a whole here. So you all are getting ready to approve a 50 to 100-year buildings that aren't going to meet the A20 goals that we've already set that are upon us, frankly, in the next 4 to 8 years or so. So we're putting up buildings that are not electrified, that are burning gas, that don't have any of the A20 construction goals in them that we all agreed to. And because the developer, and this is fine, they've chosen to make a contribution instead of building actual affordable housing on site, we've also then therefore are continuing to dilute the percentage of affordable housing available in our community despite their contributions. And lastly, I'll just say that the constant drumbeat that this is that North Main is some kind of eyesore is a great offense to me, not only because I've worked down in that region, but because, the city, a healthy mix of economy in a city is not 90% condo or 70% single family zoning, 30% condo. I mean, there needs to be legitimate fabrication, industrial processes, businesses, small business opportunities, all those kinds of things. And I know some folks on this body would just wash all that North Main away and build a bunch of 13-story condos staring at the river. But that's not we have a riverfront. It's a natural riverfront. And so put your 8-story hotel right next to it. And, you know, that I'm sure that's what we're going to do, but just recognize that we're a little schizophrenic when it comes to saying what we want when it comes to our 820 goals. This meets very few of them. Thank you.
Councilmember Bannister.
Thank you. Yes, I think I also want to congratulate Dave DeRita and the Roxbury Group for playing by the rules of the city of Ann Arbor and doing a great job with it and involving everyone. For the record, though, while staff has stayed up here till midnight, for the people who out in the residents who are still concerned, would staff speak to the high risk of flooding there and the 15 feet and the problem with the local dams, Argo and Barton, and how this and the pollution, you know, and so the things that are that were for the record, how those were addressed. And then one other question, I understand in 2 phases, it's going to be the condos and the public space first, and then second phase will be the hotel and the commercial spaces. And do we know anything about why those 2 phases were that way, and are they being changed at all with the pandemic?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Brett Leonard. I'm the planning manager. I'll try to touch on most of those, and then I'll have City Planner Matt Kowalski maybe speak to the phasing question. Certainly as it relates to the contamination, I think as previously referenced, the proposed approach for the site is to clean it up to a higher standard than what would be required. Currently, DTE would only be required to clean it up to an industrial standard. You'll recall the state's criteria are use-based. Because of the uses that are being proposed, the development team will be cleaning that up to a higher standard to meet those higher standard requirements. As it relates to the floodplain and the proposed project not only meets our current ordinances, but it does, as referenced, meet the proposed 0.2% flood risk approach, which is part of a set of proposed floodplain ordinance changes that would add additional standards that we hope to be presenting to you sometime later this year. So this project is out in front of meeting that requirement. And then as it relates to the dam stability, in addition to the actual financial support that this project will be providing to make sure that we have the resources to make sure that those dams are maintained in the greatest capacity that we can, they've also performed an analysis that actually considers what would happen in that sort of significant event, to make sure, and that analysis showed that they would actually have adequate time to evacuate the site, even in the unlikely event that that occurred. So for all of those reasons, developing it to the higher standards than are what currently required, their thoughtful planning from a sort of site operation perspective, and of course, the ongoing investment and resources that they'll be bringing to us to make sure that those dams are maintained. I think those are all appropriate considerations for our staff recommendations. And then I will generally say, to my knowledge, I don't believe that there's been any proposed changes to the phasing, but I'll leave that to City Planner Kowalski if he has anything to add to that.
All right. Good evening, everybody. Yes, to the phasing question, I would say in the caucus response, it was generally assumed that that construction phasing plan and the time limit for that was taken from the approved site plan is what they're required to list on there as far as time to complete different phases and things like that. As to whether or not there's been a delay, in that, I guess I would probably, I know the developer is in the audience right now. I mean, he may be able to speak to as far as what, if there is a delay in that phasing plan, we have it identified again on the site plan of what goes in at what time. But as far as the actual timing of that, I would like probably if we could speak with the developer if you'd like to know a little bit more detail. I hope that answers at least my end of it. Thank you.
I'm sure a couple residents who asked that question probably would like to know if there's any further detail about the phasing.
Ms. Bojan, if you can promote.
I know Mr. Dorita is on the phone. No, yep, there we go.
Mr. Dorita should be able to speak now.
Hello. I'm hoping you can hear me.
You can, thank you.
Oh, wonderful. It's good to see everybody healthy and safe. To answer the question, I couldn't have really done a better job than Brett Matt just did. I can't give a whole lot more color, Councilmember Bannister, on the impact of the current pandemic. I would say the process of getting to where we are today has been somewhat attenuated by the pandemic. Our goals for the development of the site, however, have not changed, and the phasing is actually as appropriate or more appropriate than ever. We certainly still intend to start with the two components that are referenced in phase one, which is residential and public space. And hospitality would be, the hospitality and retail is still conceived of as the second phase. Our hope, particularly if we're honored with your approval this evening, would be to move as diligently as possible to get work underway on this site in the spring of next year. And then that time frame that you have seen previously really starts from that point forward. So we're candidly six to 8 months behind where we wanted to be right now. But that's just the nature of complex projects like this.
Thank you. Further discussion? I guess I'll just say for my part that I'm delighted that this is going to be moving forward. This, I think, will move, turn light to something beautiful. I think the open space is going to be, attractive and used. I think the commercial areas will be a boon. I think at the end, we are going to be the beneficiaries of a transformed riverfront, and I, for one, am delighted. So I'd like to thank, DT as the owner and the developer as the developer for putting forward a project. I think that's going to, I think it'll make us all proud. So thank you.
Thank you.
Further discussion of the main motion? Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Griswold.
Councilmember Griswold?
Yes.
Councilmember Lum?
Yes.
Councilmember Grand?
Yes.
Councilmember Ackerman?
Yes.
Mayor Taylor?
Yes.
Councilmember Eaton?
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson?
Yes.
Councilmember Smith?
Yes.
Councilmember Rumlawi?
Yes.
Councilmember Hayner?
No.
Councilmember Bannister?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Are there communications today from our city attorney?
We do not have communications, Mayor.
We have before us the clerk's report of communications, petitions, and referrals. May I have a motion, please, to approve the clerk's report? Moved by Councilmember Lum, seconded by Councilmember Smith. Discussion of the clerk's report. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? The clerk's report is approved. We now come to public comment general time. Public comment general time is an opportunity for members of the public to speak to council and community about matters of municipal interest. To speak at public comment general time, one need not have sign up in advance. To speak at public comment general time, please dial the number on your screen. That is to say 213-338-8477. 213-338-8477. On connection, please enter meeting ID 942-7070-3638. That is 942-7070-3638. Upon reaching the meeting, please enter star 9. Please enter star 9 to indicate your desire to speak. Once it is your turn to speak, the clerk will identify you with the last 3 digits of your telephone number and let you know that it is your time to speak to council. You will have 33 minutes in which to speak, so please pay close attention to the time. Our clerk will notify you when 30 seconds are remaining and when your time is up. When your time is up, please conclude your remarks and cede the floor. Is there anyone who'd like to speak at public comment?
Caller 205. Caller with the phone number ending in 205, you can go ahead and speak.
Hi, my name is Joe Spalding. I live in Oakland, California in Fruitvale. I'm very proud of that. I want to thank council member and comrade Ramali for quoting Karl Marx about the road to hell. And I do want to talk a little bit about good intentions. I also look forward to him helping his employees seize the means of production. I want to mention briefly that council member Lum has absolutely no business speaking to Courage like she tried to do when she was fighting the Healthy Streets initiative here. Fighting this type of action is absolute climate arson. It's terrible. So if you're talking to people that are saying they need more space for cars, you need to talk to more people. My state right now in California is absolutely on fire. You all have seen the smoke. I'm sure some of you have retweeted the pictures about how nice the sunsets were. I promise it's terrifying on this end, and it's not going to get contained unless we have some drastic action nationwide. I do want to say that I want to bring some fire of my own right here, and it's about to get pretty real. It's absolutely clear that ICE detention facilities have performed mass forced sterilizations on mostly Latino women after separating them from their families and having their children locked in cages. Ann Arbor is one of the few places where many people saw the fascist writing on the wall, and in 2017, y'all voted 8-1 to make Ann Arbor a sanctuary city for immigrants. The lone vote, we know that was Councilmember Lum. She wondered, where do we go from here? And I'm going to say this real quick. We're going to go to shout this as loud and proud as we absolutely can. We need to let voters know the importance of local political involvement. Other cities actively ordered their police to cooperate with ICE. We have no way of knowing how many super abortions were forced on terrified immigrants. We also absolutely know that Latino citizens, U.S. citizens, have been detained by ICE, even a veteran in Grand Rapids who was handed over by a GRPD captain. Councilmember Jeff Hayner, you also spoke at the April 3, 2017 City Council meeting during public comment. You made a very unfunny joke about the resolution being, quote, virtue signaling, which we know is a very often used phrase on the right wing to kind of shuffle any type of racism under the rug. It's really disturbing to hear this if you know what the coded dog whistles out there. I don't think you intended to do that, but you absolutely did unintentionally. Council members Lum and Hayner, you need to be thanking the previous council, as I am right now. These members telling ICE and Trump and racism to take a hike saved families, they saved futures, and they saved dignity. We have to bring more people into our local politics. They need to know these talks are important, and not this one, but sometimes they're fun, often even they are. You all are sounding way better. This is kind of to a different point, sounding way better in housing than you did back in June. We know what our responsibility is there. We have to make sure that's not just contained inside of Ann Arbor. We need to spread the gospel of ending segregation, and we absolutely can do that. Last little bit, please contact In Consent was a sight to see, especially around the same time as hearing mushrooms are going to, decriminalizing them are going to decrease structural racism. You had 6 busts last year, and I promise, I don't know for sure, most likely not EMTs. So.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 936. You can go ahead.
Hello, this is Zachary Story, Ward 5 resident in Ann Arbor. I really would like to thank GEO at University of Michigan for their strike, and also the resident staff who I believe are still on strike, and while they're negotiating with the administration, and dining staff as well. They have taken a stand against the university and their terrible reopening plans has put the whole community at risk during this pandemic. And so I really applaud the bravery and the commitment to the strike. It kind of really opened my eyes to the uglier side of the university, and if President Schlissel and the regents prioritize money over the lives of our community, you know, that has really enraged me and brought up a lot of sadness. And you know, we saw the faculty have a no confidence vote in the administration, and I don't know, as we all are nervous about the election in November, and really doing everything we can to prepare for that, and to encourage others to vote and all that, against a president who's gotten more and more authoritarian, and to see such strong authoritarianism and threatening the union with legal action and everything from the president, it's just very sad to see that sort of severe authoritarianism come out
30
at home
seconds.
in Ann Arbor from the University of Michigan, as well as see all these horrendous things Trump has been doing that we all know about so clearly. So the fight's not over, and I know we can come together and get the university to clean up its act. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Caller 684. Caller with the phone number ending 684, go ahead.
Yes, hi, this is Eric Sturgis. I'm calling in from Ann Arbor, Michigan. I will not be calling into the Oakland, California council meeting, as I am more concerned about what's going on where I live in Ann Arbor, Michigan. A couple things I want to address. Thank you to our Councilmember Bannister for her work on DC2. I was a little disheartened that one of the council members who proceeded to thank everybody but Councilmember Bannister for her work on that. That doesn't help with the friction on council. I hope that council member will thank her in the comments, council comments. Number two, thank you to Councilmember Lum for putting out the resolution for citizen and taxpayer input on the budget. I think that's very important. I found it interesting that people who wanted the city administrator search to continue to get more public input, though they got the same result, were against getting public input on our tax dollars being used for the budget. I found that to be quite contradictory. I also would like to point out that regarding Healthy Streets, I remember council members counting in 820, the original proposal, how many people called in supporting it and saying how great it was and pointing that out. But I'm understanding that more people called in and emailed opposing Healthy Streets, but now something that didn't matter. So I just want to kind of point out that I see that people use data for their own liking, and I was hoping that council would act consistently in the future on when they use data. I also would like to thank Councilmember Nelson. She got one vote wrong, but she did get it correct with the U of M resolution. I thought that was great. And I think it's great to bring U of M to the table. And I would hope that with the GEO strike, I noticed that some current people who work there did not sign on to support them, but they will be on council coming up. So I'm wondering kind of, were they able to support the GEO or their employer? So just, just some
30
feedback
seconds.
from the outside. I appreciate you guys staying up this late, and you guys have a great night.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 828. Caller 828, do you have a comment?
Can you hear me?
Go ahead. Mm-hmm.
Okay. My name's Kathy Strecken. I'm calling from Ward 1. And I really appreciate Ollie Romali bringing the resolution about the Healthy Streets. I'm very disappointed that that did not pass. I think you hit the nail on the head. It is a huge impact in quality of life. I really was hoping, I'm specifically talking about South Main Street, and I was disappointed that Councilmember Nelson, that you changed your vote from what you told my daughter you were going to do when she emailed you about South Main Street. I just think that it's such a traffic congestion. I had emailed all of you a while ago about my travels last weekend, and it's not been a lot different over the last week. But the other thing I wanted to know is that regarding Healthy Streets is the streets like Sunset and Chapin and all those that got put in July 8th, 9th, or 10th, something like that, next week, or like the 8th, 9th, 10th of October, maybe it's 2 weeks, those streets should be, their pilot time should be up, and hopefully we can return those to regular streets. I know I sound like a broken record, but Chapin is the main way to connect from Maine to, or excuse me, from Miller to Huron, especially with all of the construction on First and Ashley being a one-way and Main Street being closed on the weekend. And it's an important connector. There are sidewalks on each side, and yes, the sidewalks are narrow. But as I said at Council Caucus, on Sunday, if you look at the number of people who are walking on the streets when the main streets and Liberty and those streets are closed for the restaurants, there is a lot of congestion there, and nobody is worried about it. And then you have, two people passing on the sidewalk, and they feel like they have to be 10 feet from another person, and that the CDC does not think that passing by someone with a mask on is a high risk for getting COVID. It's being close contact for a prolonged period of time, as in more than 15 minutes, and in a closed space. So I'm really hoping that we can at least get these residential streets opened up again. And when you do a project like that, it would be
30
very
seconds.
helpful if there was a mailing that went out like you do with prescribed burners and things, because although only the people on Sunset were able to vote about that street, I live on Orkney, and Orkney dumps out onto Sunset, and so it impacted me directly, but yet I had no say in it. So I would appreciate more communication before these types of programs are enacted. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Caller 677.
You are unmuted. This is Michelle Hughes, and I'm kind of disappointed that the police contract passed today unanimously with no discussion, I would have liked to have heard from the Police Oversight Commission. Ideally, we would have had time for them to meet, see the actual proposed contract, and prepare an official statement and vote on it. Instead, we didn't hear at all from them tonight. We could have at least given them time at the beginning of the meeting, like we do at the beginning of every meeting at the top of the month. I know they were at the last meeting, but they didn't get a chance to look at the contract before that, and they were learning about the contract at the same time as we were. So that's not a whole lot of time to digest stuff. They just saw the same presentation that the public saw. So hopefully next time we have a round of negotiations about the police contract, the Police Oversight Commission will be involved early on in the process, and we'll hear what they have to say before the city council votes on it. Thank you. Bye.
Mayor, none of the other callers have their hands up.
If any remaining callers would like to speak, please enter *9 now. If any of the remaining callers would like to speak, please enter *9.
Caller 269, phone number ending in 269, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Ben Cunningham. I'm a member of Ward 4, and I really want to appreciate what you guys passed today as far as decriminalizing psilocybin and other medicinal medicine, plant-based medicines. I've dealt with depression since I was 13. I really wanted to put a human face on this. You had a lot of experts, and a lot of scientists, PhDs, doctors call in. I want you to really appreciate how much it means to me. I've gone through everything from SSRIs, antidepressants, barbiturates, mood stabilizers. I even had electroconvulsive shock therapy. And I finally, on a whim of the 15th maybe psychologist I ever saw, I was recommended to do this, to try some mushrooms, and it saved my life. It really saved my life. And the potential for this is so huge. I mean, we're talking about building beautiful waterfronts, and that's great. I love this city. But the progressiveness to open our eyes to the potential of what we have not yet been able to give to those who need it. I just want to applaud and thank my city council, my hometown, for what you've done today, because it literally will save lives. The only thing that didn't take me from this world was the love for my family. And I know a lot of people out there don't have what I had. So hopefully what you've done today will allow those people who were not as lucky as I was to live and thrive in this beautiful world that we have.
30 seconds.
Once again, I thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mayor, there are no other callers with their hands up.
Any caller has not yet spoken, please enter *9 now in order to speak. Seeing no one, public comment is closed. Are there communications today from council? Councilmember Ramwali.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. And thanks for that last to the last caller that called in and opened up and shared his personal story to us and to the rest of the world. Pretty powerful and pretty awesome way to end one of these long meetings. So thank you. I also wanted to give thanks to Councilmember Ackerman at our last meeting with the short-term rentals. I know that you weren't perhaps a big fan of that ordinance that was passed initially, but as time went on and discussions continued, I was very surprised in a positive way how you came around to the position you did in the end with that, and took a very courageous stand, an unpopular one, but one that deserves acknowledgement and recognition. I know we don't agree many of the times, or even most of the times, but I felt it was important to say thanks, and I appreciate how you evolved in your decision on that. As to Michelle Hughes and the concerns that were raised about ICPOC not weighing in on this meeting, I did reach out to Dr. Jackson today and asked her if she would like to or wanted to or anything like that. I invited her to give me some of her thoughts and ideas on it. She said that not interested in doing it at this meeting, that the commission did get a chance to review the contract in subcommittees so that they didn't violate Open Meetings Act, so that the commission did get to review the contract ahead of time in smaller groups, and they will share their opinion of the contract tomorrow at the regularly scheduled meeting at 6 o'clock tomorrow. So pay attention to tomorrow's ICPOC meeting for the thoughts and concerns of the leadership in the commission when it comes to the police contract. And it's just good to, finally have a meeting where we can discuss things and, have an honest discussion. And we saw two developments tonight that were described as transformative, that will bring in a different type of development in our community, a different style. And I know it doesn't meet the level that Councilmember Hayner wants to see, but I think it's important to note that this council is not the anti-council it's been labeled. And so later on, the accomplishments can be counted, but there are many, and they'll continue to be for the next few meetings. Thank you.
Councilmember Bannister.
Yes, I just thought we haven't talked about the students having returned, and my understanding is that the COVID-19 cases have increased significantly, and I was wondering if we should talk for a minute about what we're doing to flatten the curve now that the students have come back. Because I have been getting phone calls on that. And it has increased again. It's been shown up in the various dorms. And the dance school and the music school closed. And so my constituents are asking me, what can we do to flatten the curve? Should we be enforcing more with the masks? Should we be doing more encouragement, positive messages on the masks?
Mayor, did you want me to respond to this? Councilmember Bannister, the city continues to do the things that we've been doing. That includes enforcement of the aggregation outside through the program that we had worked with. The ambassador program changed, as you probably saw, but we do continue to enforce that. We're continuing to do everything that we've done. As you're probably aware, a lot of the responsibility comes down to individuals making personal choices. So between that and enforcement, I think that is where we stand as the virus does its course. And right now, I'm watching that very closely myself, as well as I'm sure most of the rest of the community is. They have gone up. It is not at the level that I think the university is considering, closing or anything. Is still well within the parameters that they established for their operations. But as far as what the city operations are doing, we are continuing to do all the things that we had laid out to do.
Councilmember Griswold.
I would respectfully request that staff look at the impact on the neighborhood streets near Main and Packard. I remain very, very concerned about that based on the reports that I've received. And also, just for clarification, earlier tonight we were discussing housing, short-term and long-term housing needs. And I made a comment about staff's lack of effectiveness, and it was specific to housing. Neither staff nor council has had any impact on the University of Michigan. They have added thousands of students without adding any housing. And it's time that we had a serious discussion with the University of Michigan about providing some workforce housing and some student housing on North Campus. Thank you.
Councilmember Hayner.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Councilwoman Griswold. I agree with that. That is definitely needs to be part of our next discussion. I pitched a plan to help with the affordable housing situation, and that was part of it, was having that conversation, and it has yet to happen. And so, shame on me for suggesting that we could talk to our neighborhood partners here. If you look at, there's like 300 houses for sale right now in the city of Ann Arbor, and the median sale price is $441,000. It gives you a sense of where we're at. So I'm not sure how successful we're going to be battling back against that without really our partners stepping up. A couple date sensitive things. Tomorrow is, you may or may not be interested in this sort of thing, but it's battery day at Tesla, and they're going to be, rumor is that they're announcing a big breakthrough in energy density for batteries, and that's going to push the parity of the cost of developing electric vehicles with gas vehicles, owning and developing. They're thinking maybe to 2023, which is just 2 years away from now. And so that's good news for people who want to get electric. I know some of us already have electric car. I'm not one of the us, but eventually it will trickle down so I can afford one. So I'm looking forward to that. Another date sensitive thing comes from one of our booming businesses on North Main, a company called Arbor Teas, arborteas.com. And they've been having not only have they provided good jobs for over a decade down there and facilitated the growth of women-owned organic tea cooperatives all over the world, but they also have run these contests to deal with local issues, food issues, fair trade issues, and so on. And they have a contest going on right now. If anybody wants to check it out, it's about composting. It's called Can You Dig It? And it's goes till September 30th, and you can find out more about that at arborteas.com. And there's some decent prizes, and it's really to encourage a neighborhood look at composting and backyard composting in particular. And so that's always good to hear that people are interested in gardening and local food. So lastly, I just get a kick out of these folks who have never met me, don't know anything about me, except for they've taken it upon themselves to dig through my past, to presume my intentions, and extract a few words out of the probably hundreds of hours I've spent talking about these matters to try and be negative towards me. When I spoke about to council in 2017 about AAPD not interacting with ICE and council's resolution to prohibit are really, we recognize somewhat relatively very progressive police department to not interact with ICE. The nut of that, of my comments, was that I strongly believe, and this is just thinking from a different direction, and maybe that's what I do. I'm sorry if I don't go down the same path as everyone else, but I really believe, and I continue to believe, that exposing residents to federal law enforcement agents like ICE, who we know are up to no good, who we have seen are up to no good in the news these last couple of days, without some kind of local representation that could be provided by the Ann Arbor Police Department, was not a good idea for the city. I think that the Ann Arbor Police Department, if they know that ICE is doing something, if there's some ICE action happening in our community, they should be a part of that. They should be over there standing up for our residents, saying, talking to the business owners and saying, I know this person, this is a family person, you got the wrong person, back off. I would rather have our police defending our residents and representing our residents in these situations with federal law than being ordered to stand down, stand away, pretend it isn't happening, look away. That's inaction to me. Acting on behalf of residents, here lawfully or otherwise, is protecting and serving, and that's what our police should be doing. And so that's what I spoke to in 2017. I feel the same today. So you can call that alt-right if you want, but I think our police should be protecting and serving our residents, whether they're here legally or illegally. I don't think we should leave them out there on their own to deal with ICE. So that's where that was coming from. So take it for what you will, but I feel strongly that that was a mistake to ask that they stay away from that actions.
Councilmember Eaton.
Thank you. I just want to remind my colleagues that tomorrow night the Scioto Township Board is holding a meeting where they'll have a public hearing on the Gelman consent judgment. There will be two presentations, one by Dan Bicknell and one by Roger Rail. And then just they'll open it up for public comment. And I think the presentations by Mr. Bicknell and Mr. Rail would be worth watching if you have the time. Thank you.
Further communications from council? Do we have a closed session today?
We do not, Mayor.
We have a motion to adjourn, please. Moved by Councilmember Nelson, seconded by Councilmember Lum. Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? We're adjourned.